The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports school.
Nice to see you, Tony, and Ma'am Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor, and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA, that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered, and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking your time for this meeting. Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization's commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is, we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Mikako, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representative.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation, and please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation and very
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
you for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and Nusam, and Anil. If he is still there, I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
program.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye bye.
My name is Mikako Batani. I'm from Japan. I'm an Olympian, participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics in synchronized swimming.
The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports school.
Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking time for this meeting.
Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is, we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Mikako, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representatives.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation. And please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation. And very, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
you for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And Wisam. And Anil, if he is still there. I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
program.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Mikako Thailand. I'm from Japan. I'm an Olympian, participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics in synchronous swimming.
The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports school.
Nice to see you, Tony, and Ma'am Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking your time for this meeting. Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is, we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Jaime Kako, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representative.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation. And please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation and very,
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
Thank you for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And Nusam. And Anil, if he is still there. I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
program.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Mikako Batani. I'm from Japan. I'm an Olympian, participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics in synchronized swimming.
The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports world.
Nice to see you, Tony, and Ma'am Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor, and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA, that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking time for this meeting.
Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is, we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Mikako, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representative.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation. And please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation and very,
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
You for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And Nusam. And Anil, if he is still there. I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
webinar.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Mikako Batani. I'm from Japan. I'm an Olympian, participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics in synchronous swimming.
The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports world.
Nice to see you, Tony, and Ma'am Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor, and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA, that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered, and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines, but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye bye.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking time for this meeting.
Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization's commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Mikako, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representatives.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation. And please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation and very,
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
You for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And Wisam. And Anil, if he is still there. I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
webinar.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Mikako Batani. I'm from Japan. I'm an Olympian, participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics in synchronous swimming.
The athlete is in the middle of everything which is related to athletes, because the athletes are the heart of the sports world.
Nice to see you, Tony, and Ma'am Mikako. It's so nice to meet you. As mentioned on the phone, this is the first time we've ever met the OCA chair, especially as a group. So it's really an honor, and it's such a big opportunity and a big change for the whole approach of OCA that we as the whole members are getting to meet everyone, including yourself, so that at least we feel more empowered, and we feel that we can contribute more as a community of all AC members, not only just in the Philippines, but the whole Asia. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time for this meeting.
Having an athlete commission is a clear demonstration of an organization's commitment to good governance, benefiting both athletes and the organization. And our slogan is we place athletes at the heart of everything we do. Therefore, the OCA Athlete Committee decided to act and not react by working on a strategy for 2022 to 2024. And we started working hard to implement our strategy to reach our goals and objectives.
And thank you very much, Mikako, uh, for letting us be part of your webinar. First of all, I think it's great that this thing is organized already thus far. Seems like there's a lot of very useful information for the athlete commissions and the athlete representative.
Thank you, Chair Mikako. First of all, I congratulate all the efforts, and especially to the leadership of the OCA for giving a professional platform and Department of Athletes within the OCA. Muito obrigado, Lutino.
Muito obrigado, amigo. Gracias.
Arigato.
Obrigado.
And thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
preparation. And please hello to Captain Hussein. Please send him
Sure.
my regards for joining.
Yeah, it was
Very
great.
good operation and very
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
Thank you for a
Max.
nice
Thanks,
speaker.
Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony and Nusam and Anil. If he is still there, I think it was fantastic. This
Thank
program.
you, Chair. Thank you for your
Okay.
guidance. It was a pleasure. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Can we please take our seats?
Sorry, slower.
Can we all please take our seats?
So we can start the forum. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We place athletes at the heart of everything we do. A slogan the Olympic Council of Asia and the Olympic Council of Asia Athlete Committee initiated and decided to follow since day one. We would like to welcome everyone to the Olympic Council of Asia Olympic Solidarity Athletes Forum. Almost 5 years since the last time we met for the Athletes Forum in Tokyo, Japan, 2018. It's great to gather here again for just one goal, again, keeping athletes at the heart of everything we do. The menu for the coming 2 days is full of a variety of a lot of topics, between the prevention of the manipulation of competition, safeguarding, the fight against doping, athletes' career development for sports and beyond, and much more. With a lot of engagement and activities on how to make the athlete committee's work be more effective, and definitely on the 19th with a clear roadmap on how we will be moving forward. But first, let us start with the opening speeches with a video message from the International Olympic Committee President, Dr. Thomas Bach.
Dear Chair of the OCA Athletes Commission, Kotani Mikaku, dear athletes. Athletes are not only at the heart, athletes are the heart of our Olympic community. This is why this OCA Athletes Forum is first and foremost an opportunity for you, the athletes, to make your voices heard on the issues that affect all of you. Sitting at the table where the decisions are made, with a voice and with a vote. This is the most impactful representation any person can have. You deserve this right, and as representatives of your peers, you must be involved in all decision-making that impact an athlete's life. Athletes have an important responsibility to lead by example. This is why I'm so pleased to see how OCA, through its Athletes Commission, is doing exactly that, leading by example, empowering athletes, and being at the heart of the action. Today, I would like to congratulate all of you, and in particular your chair, Kotani Mikako. I would also like to thank everyone at OCA for the important work they are doing in supporting athletes and promoting sport and its values all across Asia. As you, my dear fellow athletes, as you have shown us, we can only go faster, aim higher, become stronger if we stand together in solidarity. Therefore, your forum is the perfect illustration of this, our new Olympic motto: faster, higher, stronger, together. In this Olympic spirit, I wish you fruitful discussions and a successful OCA Athletes Forum. Take care, and looking forward to seeing you soon again.
Now allow me to welcome on stage Olympic Council of Asia Director General and World Aquatics President, Captain Hussein Al-Musallam, for his opening speech.
My dear friends and colleagues, good morning. Allow me to welcome you all to the 5th Asian Athletes Forum, and thanks everybody who participates on this forum, the International Olympic Committee, the IOC member, and the host, the Kingdom of Thailand and the Thai NOC. As you know, the Olympic Council of Asia, from the beginning, gave special attention to the athletes' rights and to the athletes' opinion. And why? It's important to know why. Because you as athletes, it's important for the success of the Asian Games and also to the contribution of the international Olympic movement. In the Olympic Council of Asia, we are managing over 95 sports between Winter Asian Games, Summer Asian Games, Beach Asian Games, Youth Asian Games, and Indoor Martial Art Game. We engage with 95 IF and Asian Federation. We manage to do the best services for our athletes during the different games. And we managed to give this service to over 25 athletes every 4 years. That's why, with the time, with the technology being changed, we have also to change our approach, how to give you more rights and also more services. We are now working very hard with the Hangzhou Asian Game Organizing Committee. A game will start next September to October. The entry by names is already 15,670 athletes competing in 61 sports. And that's why your input today, your opinion today is very, very important. The second point that we are going to celebrate here in Bangkok and Chonburi City in November. The 6th Asian martial art game, 36 sport, and also expecting 10,000 athletes to compete in 2 cities. Therefore, please, we need to hear every individual participant opinion, thought, and tell us how we can serve you better. And this is important for us to grow all together. And I would like also to touch in a very important 2 points. One is we're gonna change the procedure and the guidelines for the athlete committee members. And why I say members, I will explain to you. The guidelines will be ready. You will discuss these guidelines. We'll do an election for the members of the athlete committee at Hangzhou Asian Game. And this is the first time happen for the Asian athletes. In relation to the chair of the committee, that's required a change of the constitution. The constitution will be amended next year from July to the amendment of the constitution. Then we will have an elected chair. The second one, we all participate in sport, and we are gathering here under the basic principle of the Olympic Charter. And what is the basic principle of the Olympic Charter? All of you, you know about it. It's the right of every individual in the society to practice sport without any discrimination. And this is why the Asian Games successful since 1913 with a lot of challenges. We have here in Asia, Second War II. We have the war in the East, South Korea War. During the past 110 years, India and Pakistan, Afghanistan. In the West, we have a war in Palestine, in Syria, every part in Asia. But the Asian Olympic movement stayed together. Why? Because we are not only talking about practicing sport without discrimination. We are implementing this in ourselves. That's why in Busan 2002, the North and South Korea marched together for the first time. That's why in 2018, in Jakarta Asian Game, North and South Korea participated in one team and they won gold medal. I came from a country, Kuwait, being invaded by Iraq in 1990. But I never said to the Iraqi athletes that I don't want them to participate in the Asian Game or any international sport competition. I only say the regime who invaded my country should not appear in any form in the sport. That's why I came like you as an athlete, presented my country in swimming. And I'm proud about you. I'm proud to be with you because you are the athletes and the future leader of Asia, who will, I'm sure, you're gonna implement practicing of sport without any discrimination. Therefore, it's important today, your voice, and I said your voice, that to implement what the Olympic Charter said, implement that participation for any athletes in our event, in Asian Game, should be not based in nationality or religion. It's based on the development of human rights. It's based to spread peace in the Asian continent and in the world. Therefore, today and tomorrow, your discussion is important to support the steps that the Olympic Council of Asia have taken to give a peace a chance and to give the innocent athletes from whatever country to take part in the coming Asian Game. Therefore, it's important that the Russian and the Belarusian athletes, if, and I said not yet decided, if they will come under the rules of no flags, no medals, no taking quota of any Asian athletes, no political participation, and no symbol. It's just to practice sport. And this is why it's important that this athletes forum to show your voice to the world and to the Asian community about what's about the sport and the meaning of the sport and the basic principle of sport. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for your hard work as an athlete. Thank you very much for your supporting the Asian Olympic movement. Thank you very much for coming here to Bangkok. And I wish you a pleasant stay and a safe trip back home.
Thank you very much, Captain Hussein. Now, if you allow me to give the floor for the NOC Thailand Vice President and OCA Vice President for the 6th Asian Indoor Martial Art Games, Dato Siri Shaipak Siriwat, for his opening speech.
Good morning, all of you. Dear Captain Hussein Al-Musallam, Director General of the Olympic Council of Asia, the representative of the International Olympic Committees and Olympic Solidarity, the representative of athlete committees, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Olympic Committee of Thailand, I would like to sincerely thank all the honorable guests and the representative of athlete committees from National Olympic Committees for attending the OCA OS Athlete Forum today. The OCA Athlete Forum is organized with the cooperations between the Olympic Council of Asia, the International Olympic Committee, the Olympic Solidarity, and the National Olympic Committee of Thailand in order to bring the athlete backs together after the COVID-19 pandemic. The athletes are at the heart of the Olympic movement. We are here to support them to achieve their goals in sports, competitions, and support them to succeed in their lives after sports retirement thereafter. I wish you all a very pleasant stay in Bangkok, and wishing you a safe journey back home. Thank you very much for coming. สวัสดีครับ
So when we are done with the opening speeches, now if you allow me to welcome on stage, first for a small speech, OCA Executive Board Member and OCA Athlete Committee Chair, Mrs. Mikako Kotani.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mikako Kotani, Chair of the OCA Athlete Committee. Yes, I've met many of you through our online meetings we had last year, and I did have meetings with some of you yesterday, but to those I haven't actually met yet. Hello, I'm Mikako. Thank you very much for attending this OCA OS Athlete Forum this time. I would like to thank Captain Hussein for your leadership and your OCA ADD team for your very hard work preparing for this beautiful forum. And I would like especially thank NOC of Thailand for your great hospitality. I fell in love with Bangkok in 1998 when you had the Bangkok Asian Games. I made many trips here as an athlete chair for the preparation process. And I just loved it every time. Loved your smile, hospitality, everything. So I'm thrilled to be back to Bangkok. So thank you very much for having us this time. I try to make it short. In the world, Asia is diverse with many cultures, and many people have been brought up to respect their elders and support their men. In recent years, we have been promoting the establishment of an athlete committee and active participation of women in Asia. And I am very happy to hear that 43 Olympic Committee applications were submitted in no time for this forum, with 46 men and 42 female. I think we should be proud of this progress of Asia. And among the 43 NOCs participating in this forum, we have NOC of Syria, which was severely damaged by the earthquake last month. So I'd like to express my gratitude and condolences for their participation. I think they're sitting at the 9 table. Thank you very much for coming. Recently, the Olympic Games have also been held in Pyeongchang, South Korea, Tokyo, Japan, and Beijing, China, and have succeeded in these events with efforts and ingenuity in the midst of very difficult situations with Corona. I believe that Asia should be proud of this accomplishment as well. And we just had a sushi meeting for Hangzhou Asian Games. And with all the restrictions removed, everything looks under control in the right direction. So I'm sure it will be a very unique and exciting Asian Games in Hangzhou this September and October. So let's all look forward to it. And in addition to strengthening athletes, OCA launched the Athlete-Centered Project Fund last year to support sports promotion, education, and athletes' activities. In its first year, 13 Olympic committees and athlete committees applied and already held great events. I feel the active activities of Asian athlete committees and strong ties as an OCA family. Congratulations to you all, and I really look forward to listening to all your presentations through this forum about the project. This forum is co-hosted with the IOC. We have wonderful guests from the IOC athlete department team, including the chair, Emma Terho. Thank you very much for coming. While you are very, very busy traveling and remote meetings every day time, so we really appreciate. And the IOC's program will be presented in an easy to understand manner. So I would like you to understand it well and bring it back to each country to carry them out. I hope this wonderful special opportunity will be used to deepen exchanges between the participants, deepen friendship with the IOC Athlete Committee and staff, and utilize it for your future activities. The most important thing is not just to listen to the presentation, but how to bring back what you have learned as a souvenir and connect it to your domestic activities. So please be aware of that. And other than that, let's enjoy the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Mikako. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you.
And now we are done with formalities, and we can kick off our casual forum. Yeah.
To sit by you.
So interesting speech, and now maybe you want me to get closer?
Sit here.
No problem.
Yeah.
So now maybe we can take us through the updates for the Olympic Council of Asia Athlete Committee, few updates from 2022, and also the future action plan. So we can start our presentation.
Great. Thank you. You hear my voice is so different than there to here. I'm more relaxed now. So now in this section, I will take you through the OCA Athlete Committee updates and action plan that we were working on since 2021.
Chair, I think I forgot something very important.
What?
Before starting our updates, we need to welcome on stage Olympic Council of Asia Vice Chair and FIH President, Dato Ikram Tayyab on stage, and excuse me for this mistake.
Thank you.
Now we can kick off.
So sorry for that. Okay.
If you already called me, then let me start. Well, thank you very much. I think I join Chair Mikako for gratitude she expressed to the OCA leadership, Captain Hussain, and also our host under this leadership of Datu Siri Chaipak Siriwat. Thank you very much for your hospitality. And of course, we welcome our chair, IOC Athletes Commission, Emma. I was looking for you yesterday, but finally I found you here. Welcome all of you with one good news for all of you that myself with our all colleagues are just coming back from Hangzhou. Hangzhou is more than ready for you for the next Asian Games. It is a fantastic arrangement. It is a fantastic preparation. And my focus for the last 2 days in Hangzhou was only for the athletes. Athletes have the best facilities to perform. Athletes has the best facilities to have their proper welfare, and all their interests are taken care. And there was a strong voice from the athletes in our coordination commission. I leave this now back to Tony and Mikako.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Now we can start our presentation.
Shall I start over from the beginning? Oh, no. Let's start from the slide 2 then. This is a picture from the last time we met physically back in 2018 during the OCA Athlete Forum in Tokyo. I see Taibu-san and Mark and Nadine, and I see Jovin and many others, but I do not see Tony because you didn't exist. I mean, your team
I was basic.
didn't exist at that time. The OCA ADD team was established in 2021, which made a big difference. So let's see the updates since then. The last time we met together virtually was last August for OCA webinar. We had a very successful webinar on the role and responsibilities of athlete committees with 40 NOC participating, 2 NOCs representatives from UAE and Lebanon, 24 athlete committee chair, and 98 participants. Also, our colleagues from the IOC Athlete Department joined us together with the IOC Athlete Commission, represented by Chair Emma Terho, discussing together the important role ACs can play on a national level. And not to forget the participation of the prevention of the manipulation of competitions department from the IOC. And now I would like to leave you with a short video from the last webinar.
For my presentation, that what is the situational analysis?
Mr. Ikram Tayyab, welcome again.
First of all, I congratulate all the efforts and especially to the leadership of the OCA. Ultimately, it depends on the freedom of speech. With an individual at the same level of his performance. And that is a challenge. Ready to have an athletes committee. National Athletes Committee ultimately is to provide the stairway for athletes to the top.
Great. It's been almost a year and a half working hard on AC's activation processes and collecting points of contact to strengthening the relationship with our Asian ACs. This year, we continued our one-to-one calls with ACs with no athlete committee in place, and we are delighted to announce that we are able to activate 40 athlete committees until now. And if we can give a big clap for UAE AC as the most recent AC established 3 weeks ago. They're there. Yay. Congratulations. We have the chair and the member from UAE. And we are still working closely with Lebanon. They're almost there. We had a meeting yesterday. Nepal, almost there. Also, we had a meeting yesterday. Macau and Thailand. And we will, of course, make sure that we will activate their ACs as soon as possible and we'll give our full support anytime, as always. Okay, next, something very important, as Captain Hussein mentioned at his opening remarks. As he and Tony mentioned at the opening address, that we always commit OCA, placing athlete at the heart of everything we do. So again, I am very glad to announce that for the first time, athletes in Asia will have the opportunity to elect the OCA Athlete Committee during the upcoming Asian Games, Hangzhou 2023. And we are working now on finalizing the term of reference and election procedure to be approved by the OCA Executive Board. But yes, of course, we will inform you as soon as it's finalized. Okay? Begun. Next. Okay. February 24, 2022, OCA and OCA AC launched, and for the first time, a unique project to support athlete committee activities on a yearly basis, as mentioned at the beginning. The Athlete-Centered Project Fund. And we are the first continent, to create such support together with the IOC AC grant sustaining the work of ACs in Asia. We are delighted to announce that for 2022, we had 13 projects already implemented. It was very quick that we started receiving applications the day after we announced about this project at the last General Assembly, wasn't it, Tony?
That's true.
Very busy.
Yeah, we received a lot of applications because we were taking every opportunity to promote the new fund together with Vice Chair and Chair Mikako. We worked also on templates, on samples, and we did the one-to-one call also to promote the Athlete Center Project Fund. So this really helped in a way to get 13 projects in 2022, and we will have the time to look at the interventions and looking forward for 2023.
And Tony will also take you through the guidelines and application process later on after maybe having Chaya for your presentation.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chair Mikako. I think since I existed since 2021, we did a lot of work, 2022 and 2023, hopefully. And thank you for your presentation. A lot of work, a lot of things have been achieved. Well done for the OCA Athlete Committee. Giving the floor to the Vice Chair, Dato Tayyab, to comment on what have been done and also to talk about a very important topic that will take us and lead us to the other topics that will be discussed in the today and tomorrow in this forum, which is the challenges faced by athletes in Asia. And this is what we will try to do in the coming 2 days, which is to come up with solutions and the equipment needed to help athletes overcome the challenges. So I'll give the floor for our Vice Chair to talk more about the challenges faced by athletes.
Well, thank you, Tony. I think it is time for you now to stand up and we have to appreciate a dynamic change in our OCA Athletes Department in the addition of Tony. And all this happened really with your great support. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
That is something which I've been for the last 25 years asking, that how best we can explore our potential. And we have to, I had a lot of discussions with my friend Ekave about it. And I think you showed 2018 a forum, because I don't want to let it go this way, and it is now time for Karen to stand up, and that was really a great success with your great sport in Tokyo in 2018. Karen, please. It was a fantastic forum we had face-to-face. Coming back to our project, I think there is a huge opportunity for us. And again, I am always not forgetting the Olympic solidarity sport. And also, it is all depend on the leadership of Continental Olympic Councils, how do you use this kind of sport. And thanks to OCA that they invest, in addition to IOC grants, also on our projects. And this is just a start. And I think we, particularly these 3 people, learned on this journey a lot, and we will try to make it more effective. Okay, and we already see a change that in leadership, that we are asking a lot of different kind of applications and invitations from your side, and that is really exploring other areas. So use this platform in a very effective way, and also the IOC grants. And I think our colleagues from Olympic Solidarity and the IOC Athletes Commission will mention more about the IOC grants. And I also have a strong message, let that time come. Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Mikako.
Thank you very much, Dato. Thank you for your appreciation. Chair Mikako, I think after we finish with the second section, in the first part, which is talking about the updates for 2022 and the action plan and the challenges faced by athletes and the athlete committees, I think now we will move to the next part, which is a half an hour to talk more about the Athlete Center Project Fund, to talk more about how we created this fund under the continental programs, together with our dear colleague Olivier and his team, which is part of the continental programs. I will leave you with a small promotional video about the Athlete Center Project Fund, and then we can talk more in details.
Leave everything on the field. The tears, the blood, the sweat. Isn't that what athletes are all about? Leaving everything on the field. They hear the voices that cheer them on. They down the voices that do not. But what about their voices? Who will hear them? Who will acknowledge them? Who will listen to them? With athletes at the heart of everything we do and have done, we introduce Athlete-Centered Project Fund to empower athletes beyond the field today and tomorrow with equality, knowledge, education to shape athletes' character and mental toughness with the ambition to create a better future for athletes in Asia. Because at OCA, athletes have and will always be at the heart of what we do.
Thank you. Yeah, as you saw in the video, and I have been repeating, but we did open the Athlete Center Project Fund last year. And as you can see in the screen, we received 13 proposals that was implemented in 2022. The fund will be available on an annual basis to support active athlete committees to implement regional activities to engage athletes, involve them in the decision-making process, help them on and off the field of play. And I give the floor back to Tony for the application process for you to have better understanding and get ready for the next application. So, Tony.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chair. I think talking about the Athlete Center Project Fund, which is our new baby since 2022, February, it's very important, since you are here, we are gathered together, not only to talk, because we're going to have a very interesting part in the coming few minutes, which is listening to the best practices or the interventions from different athlete committees, talking about their experience with the Athlete Center Project Fund, because it's very important to listen to real experiences. And also we're going to have best practices during our topics, which is tomorrow and today, concerning safeguarding, manipulation, athlete career development, also coming from the Athlete Center Project Fund. At the same time, we will be listening to other best practices with the IOC grant, because it's very important to mention and to highlight that both grants are going together. So the IOC grant, the $10,000, and the Athlete Center Project Fund, the $3,000, is a good combination to create sustainability for your athlete committees. First, talking about the Athlete Center Project Fund, I would like to say that this fund is under the continental programs, together with Olympic Solidarity, as I mentioned before, where you can find the guidelines, because first you need to start from somewhere. You need to understand the objectives. What kind of project we are talking about? We are talking about a project that yourself as athlete committees can benefit from in order to educate your athletes, in order for any activity that can help athletes. So the guidelines, you can find the guidelines on our website, which is you go access the website and you can find the guidelines. You can find also the guidelines a sample, which is a pilot project we created, so you can understand more what kind of proposal, because the first step after reading the guidelines, you need to submit a proposal directly to the Olympic Council of Asia. The proposal, which is basically what are your objectives, what are you looking for, the sustainability of the program or the project, what kind of activities you need to implement, and definitely a breakdown, budget breakdown, because it's important to mention that the project budget allocated is $3,000. After the guidelines, you will work on your proposal. We are always here to help drafting your proposal, amending, answering your questions, and then you will submit your proposal. We will study the proposal. If we see that the project is aligned with our guidelines, and it's always aligned, and we will make it aligned with the guidelines, so it's always a positive reply from our side, then you can go and implement. After your project implementation, taking into consideration good governance and transparency, you need to submit your technical reports explaining what you did exactly, and this will help us also promote your projects, together with a financial report, which is the expenses for this project, and then we will release the allocated budget. This process is very easy. It will take few days if everything will be aligned. So what we need to say is, you should apply, you should benefit. The money is there to gather from the IOC and the Olympic Council of Asia, because the main problem always is the money, and the money is there. So resources, we already have the resources. This is a very simple way to explain the process. The guidelines, you can find the guidelines on our website. And after this forum, I think you will be ready with a lot of information on what kind of activities, and you will be ready to apply.
Yeah, as Tony said, the money is there, and Tony is here. If you have any problem or you're stuck.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm here in the coming 2 days. If you have any question, I'm always there 24/7 at your disposal. You can always send me email. You can always contact me. Ask me any question you want. We can have a lot of Zoom calls, anything you want, just to make things happen. So don't hesitate. I'm here at your disposal. I will be working together with Datu Tayyab and Chair Mikako. So please make us work.
Great. Do you have another video on this?
I think, Chair, before we go to the interventions part, which is the most important part, to listen to your fellow colleagues from different athlete committees, how they implemented, and this is how you will learn. And don't forget to network with each other during the day to learn more. We will leave you with a small video related to the 13 projects that were already implemented. And then we will start our interventions.
Okay.
What does it really take to be a champion? A hero, a winner. Years of practice, relentless dedication, unwavering focus. They practice all their lives for moments of honor, pride, glory. But who prepares them for what lies beyond? Beyond the glory, beyond the victory, beyond their prime. 8 months, 13 athletes committees, over 1,400 participants. One mission, athlete-centered project fund, with athletes at the heart of what we do. Our goal is to empower them with the right guidance, knowledge-sharing platforms, equal educational opportunities to further refine and redefine a champion. To create a better future for athletes in Asia. And we are only getting started. Because at OCA, athletes have and will always be at the heart of what we do.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now,
After we finished with the basically talking about the theory part, now it's very exciting to listen to our fellow ACs talking about their projects. Before going down and have this discussion, maybe we can start with the first video message.
Okay.
From which NOC? AC?
Chinese Taipei.
That's right. So Chinese Taipei will have a small video message concerning this project, and then we will start with the floor interventions.
And we do have a representative from Chinese Taipei.
Definitely we
here
have
at the
representatives.
table 4, right? Yay! We do have a video message. Okay, let's watch.
Hello everyone, my name is EJ Yang, Ethan, from Chinese Taipei Olympic Committee. Today I want to introduce the 2022 Chinese Taipei Youth Olympic Camp. And this is our agenda. Okay, first we host this event at the National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, Pingtung, Taiwan. And Pingtung, as we can see the map, is located south of Taiwan. It's very far away from our capital, Taipei. Okay, and the date of the event's invitation is October 19th, 2022. I want to introduce some of the major attending guests. The first one is Dr. Mei Yan Chen, or Chen Mei Yan. She is the Dean of Chinese Taipei Olympic Academy. The second one is Professor Mu Yanzhu, Zhu Muyan. He is the chairman of the Chinese Taipei Athletic Commission. And he is also a 2004 Olympic gold medalist of Taekwondo. The third one is Mr. Wenbin Li, Li Wenbin, and he is the CEO of National Sport Training Center. The fourth one is Dr. Jinlong Zhang Jinlong. He is the president of the National Pingtung University of Science and Technology. And these are some of the stakeholders: National Sport Training Center, International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, Chinese Taipei Gymnastics Association, weightlifting, Orienteering, and National Pingtung University of Science and Technology, and some other 10 high schools. Okay, number of the participants in total is 469, and the young athlete students is around 301. And the athlete university volunteers is around 118. And some guests or MOC representative is around 50 people. The age of coverage is around from 12 years old to 18 years old. Most of them are 15 years old to 17 years old. It's our agenda. Whole day from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. It's including the 3 speeches and afternoon's weightlifting experience and orienteering experience. In the end, it's the general session. Okay, the speakers. The first one is Mr. Payson Deng Peisan, and she's the member of Education Commission of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation, and her topic is the Olympic core value. The second one is Dr. Wu Yuxuan, and she's a member of Education Commission of Chinese Taipei Gymnastics Association, and her topic is the Olympic protocol. And the third one is Ms. Xie Xian, and she's the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games athletes. And she shared their experience and also the changing life. Okay, actually, the first speaker is Mr. Yu De, Wang Yu De. It's about the weightlifting experience, and he's the Deputy Secretary General of the Chinese Taipei Weightlifting Association. Another one, the orienteering experience. Mr. Chen Xunliu, Liu Chenxun, and he is the gold medalist of the Asian Championship. In the end, we all moved to the hall, to the general station, and the high school students, the athletes, to share their comment of the holiday or their training life, and we also did some feedback to them. And also want to introduce some the staff. They are the athletes university volunteer, and they did very great job to lead every high school student to experience many events and fix the day. Okay, last, I want to appreciate Olympic Council of Asia to give us opportunity to help these events, and we will keep to spread the Olympic value and Olympic education to Taiwan every corner. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Right.
This was great. So from where should we start, Chair Mikako?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chinese Taipei, for the video message. It must be such a great opportunity for young athletes. Thank you for making the video for you. We will be asking other 9 NOCs to present their project. I'll tell you the order in case you are getting really nervous. When is my turn? When is my turn? Next will be Hong Kong. After that, Iraq, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. So please prepare. And I feel like going down because if they're going to speak at the table, I don't want to be looking down. So next, where's Hong Kong? Ah, there. Please welcome Hong Kong for your speech. Thank you. And the microphone? Should I bring your microphone? Okay. Great. Wait. I think it's better they stand up so that everybody can see you. So give me the mic. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Haley from Hong Kong. And so our athletes committee held the first athletes forum in last November, and we had around 100 athletes with the age of 16 to 30, which was our main target for the athletes forum. And we also had some older and more experienced or retired athletes who also joined. And for the first Hong Kong Athletes Forum, our main goal was to introduce the Athletes Commission and also the Hong Kong Athletes Career Transition programs to all our athletes. And also we had an anti-doping booth. And we also hosted a sharing event by some Olympic athletes who had participated in the Tokyo Olympics. So to let our younger athletes be more prepared for the Hangzhou Asian Games in September. And also we split the forum into 2 parts, one for some younger athletes who joined a fun breakdancing workshop that it's also shown in our photos. And also we had the more experienced athletes who sat down for a discussion to talk about the role of the AC. And I think it was a good initiative to connect with all athletes and let them know more about their rights as athletes and also the athlete committee's role and responsibility. And in terms of sustainability, the newly elected AC chairman and members were also invited to help for a smoother transition and make the AC more approachable for our athletes. And concerning the difficulty, we found out that it was we needed more attempts in letting society know about the role of AC, especially what we found difficult was to explain to production teams during the organization of the forum. And we believe it's worthwhile to work more on brand building for the AC in Hong Kong. Looking towards the future, we thought that perhaps we could try to target a smaller circle so to be able to work on more focused themes for closer interaction amongst our athletes. And that's all for Hong Kong. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to you. And next we have Iraq at this table.
Hey, hey everybody. I am Adnan from Iraq, athletics for 800 meter, ASEAN champion. I'm last time you working for athletics and for ASEAN Games in 2002 because I have been gold medal and say for everybody and the training is good, everything is okay. For Orlid, this athletics is you, everybody you can run for him. Yeah, working. Um, thank you for your chat, Andy. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Also, Adnan, if you allow me to add one more thing, the project from Iraq, it's really interesting to see the athlete committee chair from Iraq as an athlete. I don't think he's a retired athlete. You are still competing, right? He's still competing, and he faced a lot of challenges in terms maybe of education or post-retirement plans. So what he did with the project as a chair of the athlete committee of Iraq, they try to educate the athletes when it comes to life after retirement, doping, education. So this is how you apply what you learned from your career as an athlete, and you apply and try to educate athletes in your country. So well done for your project implementation. It was a great project, and looking forward to receive another project maybe next year. Congratulations.
Great. Thank you. And
Your
next,
fellow colleagues.
we have Japan, my friend Takeshi.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Takeshi Matsuda, and I am a chair of JOC Athlete Committee. I have been involved in swimming since I was little. As an athlete, I am able to compete and practice because the presence of the water. I have always thought that this natural resource is very important gift, and that is created by us, by the earth, especially forest. Thus, as a chair, JOC Athlete Committee, we carried out environmental conservation activities last October, believing that protecting the environment will lead to protecting sports. In these activities, more than 5 athlete committee members, more than 5 athlete committee members visited the northern part of Japan, Hokkaido. Do you know Hokkaido? Do you like? Okay. This is one of the famous winter sports area in Japan. Firstly, we visited a junior high school and had a lecture on the environmental conservation. There were 360 students in the lecture. After the lecture, we interacted with the students and talked about our experience as Olympian. Secondly, we participate in the talk show hosted by the city of government and exchange opinions on the environmental issue with sports. Finally, we visited forest and conducted tree planting. We plant 100 pine seedlings for 2 hours. As an Olympian, it was the first time to plant the tree, but we had a great time with other Olympian, the sponsor, and local citizen. These social actions were widely covered by mass media, and we found that the athlete committee has strong influence on addressing social issues. We also found that these actions lead positive impact on not only the sports, but also the value of Olympics. Finally, thanks to the OCA fund, we could cover the travel expense, preparation fees, and so on. On behalf of the JOC Athlete Committee, I would like to express my deep gratitude. Thank you for your kind attention.
Great. Thank you very much and congratulations. And congratulations on your first English speech. Very well done.
Who's next?
Okay, let's go to Kazakhstan at table 13. Where are you? Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan.
I just, oh. Okay, okay. So
Okay.
please take care. Okay. So then we go to Saudi Arabia. Next to us. Hello, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hussein Ali Reza. I'm representing Saudi Arabia. I'm currently an athlete, a rower. So I'll just give you a general update of what we've been doing. The Saudi Athletes Commission has been up and running for a couple of years now. And we've developed various initiatives, workshops, and programs that aim to address some of the challenges, obviously, the athletes face, whether it's on the pitch or particularly off it. One of the initiatives was to host an athletes forum, just like many other ACs here today. We hosted the last one in December, and this is the second time we've hosted a forum. We brought various stakeholders in sport, technical people, athletes, current and retired, in every aspect of sport. We talked about various things such as sports psychology, mental health, career transition, anti-doping. We clarified athletes' rights and responsibilities. And the most interesting part of that engagement was the Q&A session. It just showed how many questions and queries athletes, past and present, have. Particularly, everyone has their own individual issues. So with the help of the IOC and the OCA fund, we were able to co-fund this initiative. Internally, we've been doing some interesting things. We have worked on reviewing various regulations for the federations to ensure the rights and interests of the athletes are considered. And a key part of that is professionalizing the contractual relationships between the athletes and the clubs in Saudi in various sports, where we're moving from amateur to semi-professional. And that's helped athletes be more professional and protect their own interests and rights. And we find these workshops incredibly helpful, and we're looking to do more of these types of initiatives where we transition athletes from sport to post-career. And obviously, we're really looking to develop some of the hard skills of athletes, particularly in communication, which we find incredibly helpful in post-sport career. So we're also establishing an athletes commission under each individual federation. So every federation has to have an athletes committee with its own chair to ensure that all the athletes have a voice. So I'd like to thank the OCA for this initiative. It's made a massive difference in Saudi.
Thank you very much. I just want to stop on something, Chair Mikako, because our colleague from the Asset Committee of Saudi Arabia mentioned something very important, which is how they used both funds, the IOC and OCA, for their forum. And this is why we have both funds, the IOC grant and the Olympic Council of Asia Athlete Center Project Fund. This is how you can increase your resources. And another opportunity for athlete committees or representatives that still don't have athlete committees, you can use the fund to host a forum and do your election. Why not? What's next?
Okay, next will be Myanmar.
Where's Myanmar?
Susu around here, but oh, over there. Okay. By the way, for the fund, Tony is here, but for OS fund, Arthur is here. In blue.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Susumya, representing Myanmar NOC Athlete Committee. Last year in November, we conducted National Athlete Seminar for the first time after establishing AC Committee. This seminar is supported by OCA Athlete Center Project Fund. And this fund is beneficial to not only to the AC committee, but also to all the athletes around the country. About 200 athletes, including retired athletes, current national athletes and the junior athletes who's potentially to become in the national team in the near future attended the seminar. And then during the seminar, we discussing many topics, but focusing on the existing of the AC committee, then the right and responsible of the athlete as an athletes, and how to combine studying and training, because our athletes always behind the line of the academic. So we discussed about this topic. Also, education program for the doping control, and also the retirement plans for the athletes after training. And we have two parts of the section in the seminar. The morning session is presentation, and afternoon session we have a discussion for the challenges during the training. And so this project is very supported to the to our athletes, our AC committee. So I would like to thank OCA Athlete Project Fund, also the responsible person who selected the project. And okay. Yes, I wish we will have the projects in the 2023 again, and I would like to encourage other NOC AC to apply this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
We wish you will apply again.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Let's have Pakistan. Right here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are doing well. I am Muhammad Inam, Chairman Athletes Commission of NOC Pakistan. I am truly honored to be part of this great forum. First of all, I would like to thank OCA, NOC Thailand to give me this opportunity and share about my activities. As we all know that all athletes are the heart of the Olympic movement. In the light of this movement, Olympic Council of Asia proposed an athlete-centered program. Pakistan is fortunate enough to avail this opportunity for its benefits to its athletes. For this purpose, Pakistan Athlete Committee organized one-day educational program for the athletes, and in this activity, there was many international our medalists, our member athlete commission, quiz winner of OCA program, Paris Olympic scholarship holders attend this seminar. Around 25 male and female were physically presented there, and more than 100 were online. In addition to this program, Pakistan Athletes Committee organized two-day OCA POA seminar for empowering athletes with the collaboration of Lahore College University for Women, a renowned female university of Pakistan. This forum is also funded by OCA. In this forum, more than 100 female and 121 male athletes were presented. Expert doctors and professors from the field of sports give lectures to athletes on various topics such as sports injuries, doping control, mental health, sexual harassment, sports nutrition, competition manipulation, athletes' rights and responsibilities, and good governance. And we was very fortunate that Tayyab Ikram Sahab was also our guest, and they also discussed about it. I hope that Olympic Council of Asia will continue to introduce more such programs in the future, and we will continue to give awareness to our athletes by benefit from this program. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And next, Sri Lanka, please. Right here.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Rashika from Sri Lanka. I'm the current Secretary of Athletes Commission in Sri Lanka. Well, I would say we had a brilliant couple of sessions in Sri Lanka with about 86 participants in total. And we had 17 national sports representing in both sessions. Idea was to have an educational program for career athletes. We had both active and retired athletes as well, junior and senior athletes as well. During these sessions, we really wanted to empower athletes with a lot of education around a couple of topics, to be honest. We wanted to start with Olympic values, because I think that's one of the topics which is really important for athletes to really understand what we are trying to do here. And we also did a session around sports nutrition. Again, I know a lot of athletes do have access to certain information, but there are also athletes who do not have information to such important topics like that. And also anti-doping was another important topic for us. And we also collaborated with the Korean anti-doping agency. I think this would be one of the best practices for us, collaborating with other countries to deliver better sessions and also having the chance to share more knowledge coming from different countries and being able to collaborate. We also collaborated with the IOC on prevention of manipulation of competition with RIDA. That was one of the important sessions, I would say. Reason because this is a new topic for us, and not every athlete really know about prevention of manipulation of competitions. So I would say this was one of the successful sessions as well. And we also did another session around safe sport. Again, another very important topic for all athletes in general. We also had a session on Athlete 365, allowing the athletes to access these great information available out there, including the courses which is available. So one of the follow-up activities for us would be after the session, we gave a couple of sessions for all the athletes to complete and share with us, so we could help them to continue learning while we help them to have access to this information. Last but not least, there was a session around athlete post-career guidance. We basically sort of trained these athletes to plan for the life after sport. This is one of the biggest topics that we wanted to focus this year as well. Reason because I myself is a retired athlete, and we had to really put a lot of effort to build up a career after sport. So this session, I believe, was a really important topic for all the retired athletes who joined us. In terms of best practices, I would say the session was successful because it was a very hands-on session. It was not just one full day you're just seated and listening to a bunch of people talking. So, and I myself know how difficult to keep athletes seated in one place. So we had a very hands-on session, getting all athletes active, and also we had a great pool of resources joining us to deliver the sessions, and also utilizing Athlete 365. Being able to collaborate with other subcommittees of NOC Sri Lanka, supporting with their knowledge as well, and obviously the Korean Anti-Doping Agency as well. And the passion which NOC Sri Lanka has to drive these sessions, to keep athletes educated around these topics, and continuing to support us to drive these sessions. And again, Tony, thank you so much for supporting us and continuing to support us to drive these sessions. I think this will be really beneficial. And I hope we can continue to do these things. Thank you.
Great, great.
Thank you very much.
Covered everything.
I think, yeah, it's really good to see how we can connect what they mentioned with what we are covering in the coming 2 days, which is the 4 main topics you mentioned: the safeguarding, the manipulation, that we will discuss on a bigger scale. So this is very interesting. This is something that you can go back and benefit from both funds and apply such projects that will help your athletes in their future.
Yeah, true.
So now maybe
Copy all the topics from them?
I think so.
Okay, last speaker is from Tajikistan.
Where is Tajikistan? Tajikistan.
Oh, you switched? Oh, no, okay, okay.
Okay,
later.
so
Okay.
we will have it.
Finished.
Yeah, Tajikistan will be later also with.
Okay, so,
I think
for now we are finished with the speakers.
we've finished with 10 projects. We still have 3 projects that will be later on during the best practices. One for Bangladesh for safeguarding, and another 2 projects for athlete career development tomorrow for Bhutan and Mongolia.
Yeah.
But before jumping to the next session, since we still have like 10 minutes before our next session, we will take this opportunity, since everyone is here also with the OCA staff and the OCA top management, to take maybe a group photo together, and then we will jump to the next session.
Wait, before that, I have one big question. Yes. After hearing all these great examples of delivering project, I'm sure everybody is so anxious when the door will open for the next term for the project of 2023. When will the door open?
This is a good question before jumping to the next section, I think. The door will open starting from today. It was already open definitely starting from 2023, but the door is open starting from today. You can apply for the Athlete Center Project Fund. You already listened to very, very interesting projects. This is why we made sure for each and everyone to have the opportunity to listen to the best practice. In this way, they will learn what kind of project they can implement, and then they will connect with the other topics that we will be covering in the coming 2 days, also the topics covered by the IOC and Olympic Solidarity. This is why you will have a basket full of tools, equipment, ideas. You go back and you can apply. As mentioned before, the guidelines on the website are at your disposal. So we're looking forward next forum or next year, let's say, to have more than 13 projects for sure.
Yeah.
Congratulations for everyone.
Yep.
I think we can jump for a group photo.
Yeah, but may I ask another request?
Yes, you can ask.
I would like to invite Mr. Tayyab Ikram, our vice chair, the famous one, who has been waiting and listening to all the presentations from 10 NOCs. So before closing our first part, please have some words from Mr. Tayyab.
I think let's have the photo session, and then I will combine my comments with my next Athletes Challenges presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You made me work all night to review all these 13 projects to prepare my feedback. And now I think it is time to give a fantastic work and good appreciation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So picture time then.
giving me surprises. Why? Okay. Now it's my challenge. And I will just start with a little feedback. And you and you have asked me to do it. I will go follow later. Yeah. Who's leaving? Oh, okay. So Mikako, go up or what?
You just you need to do it yourself.
I'm going to the back. Just maybe after my presentation. You goes on the.
You go together.
I'm
Yeah.
going there. Okay. How are you?
Let's take ours. You will have the.
I'll give to them. Organize them first because they are still on break.
So how it goes now? There's a small presentation first, or it's.
He will do a small recap presentation, done.
Now,
Then we'll jump to.
like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For all participants, if we can take our places, please. All participants, please. Participants, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Participants, please. Guys, if you can take chairs.
Yeah.
So now we will go back with our Vice Chair, Dato Tayyab, for his recap session.
Hi everyone again. Olivier, good to see you this morning. Comment allez-vous, monsieur? Well, Tony gave me a task, first of all, to just express some of the challenges we are facing as athletes. And I think this is the best platform to talk about and highlight those aspects. And I'm a little bit confused that which way to start, because it is also a good opportunity to talk about some best practices where a strong dedication and motivation can change the world. It was wonderful to see NOC of Saudi Arabia Athletes Committee talking about structural changes. Great work, fantastic, congratulations, Mabruk. And within this very short exercise, I believe, which we started in Olympic Council of Asia, we see a lot of different voices. What we see in papers, now we can demonstrate practically. And thanks to these projects, what Mikako-san and Tony are driving under the leadership of OCA. And we see Hong Kong inviting these retired athletes and giving them the opportunity to talk about athletes' career. I think opportunities are there. It is only the way how we can grab them. I am very much concerned and I am very much closely monitoring the situation overall. And I always have this message to my friend Kaveh and his department that one of the biggest challenges we are having right now is the implementation on our strategic framework, where we are. And we have some best practices as well. It is not a complaint. Seung-min Roo, working in Korea, under that structure in Korea, I was part of that coaching methodology. I was part of that sporting system in China. I think there are many hidden facts. There are many hidden challenges our athletes are facing. And in those systems, there are some positives, there are some negatives. You may have a lot of medals in the end, but did we take care of athletes' welfare? Did we work upon the athletes' mental health? It is time for OCA, other continental Olympic councils, and IOC to make a clear analysis where we are today. Did we provoke mental health issues, or we were there to resolve them on time? When those were, because it is about psychology, psychological factors affecting the performance, affecting the individuals, and those are hidden aspects. And I think resources, congratulations to IOC Athletes Department with this Athlete 365. I believe you are visiting that page on daily basis. We are not short of resources. Now it is time to turn around on implementation of those resources. The work Abhinav Bindra is doing in India, in the state of Odisha, and many others. There are some good examples as well. So it is about preparing our athletes, taking the results out of them, decorating the medals, celebrating the win and our achievements. But on the other hand, if we were able to contribute in their lifetime, when they were athletes, that we can also make them a leader, a very positive addition to community at large. It is all in your hands. You just need to explore your own potential. This room with around 100 participants is full of potential. We have to look back. My story is also one of the example. I started, and I think in one or two forums I mentioned this, at a grade 8 student, I went to my national federation to help me with some coaching resources. And I was completely dismissed. He said, young man, go and do something else. And I was in a culture, I always look at it very analytical way. always trying to challenge itself. In the end, the sports system there did not accept me. Okay? Me and Abhinav Bindra is coming from same sports culture, same sports methodology, whatever. And I took the challenge. I started my journey. I was not a very successful athlete because successful athlete is in Pakistan. If you are not Olympian, you are not a hockey player. You can be a world champion, but you need to be Olympian to become the champion. So that is the set criteria. But I just want to give you, to our young athletes, a dedication. I was quite reasonable coach. I was quite reasonable sports leader. And all these things, I really, believe me, I get when I was athlete. That was the time. I learned all these values. I had a spirit in motivation, dedication, and taking all challenges as opportunity. And I went to a place from world champion Pakistan to Macau, 55 in the world ranking of hockey. If you are there with your potential, if you are there with your dedication, Pakistan made me a good athlete, and Macau made me today the president of International Hockey Federation. It is all in you. And I tell this story because I think this motivation and all these challenges you need to see at this stage. In country like Saudi Arabia and in the Middle East, our leadership of OCA always trying to make some structural changes. It's lovely to see that our athletes committee, they started this with the voice of strong athletes. I have many other things to talk, but I will not take more time here. Just want to congratulate all of you that this is the best opportunity. And I will request Tony, don't let them sit on one table in one country, trying to mix them. Now, it is the best chance to share with each other. Thank you, shukran jazeeran, and I hand over to Tony again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, for this good introduction. I think that will take us through the next part of the day and tomorrow, which is the challenges should be faced by opportunities and how we can help our athletes. And this is why we are here. So thank you for this kickoff for the next part of our forum. Now, if you allow me to welcome for the IOC presentation programs and Athlete 365. First, I would like to welcome on stage IOC Athlete Commission Chair, Mrs. Emma Terho, for the presentation. And also, I would like to welcome IOC Athlete Commission Vice Chair, Mr. Changmin Ryu, also for the presentation. Thank you.
Tony, is this a clicker? Yeah. Thank you, Tony. And hello, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you for the OCA Athletes Forum. First of all, also from my side, I want to thank, of course, host Thailand, also the OCA, Mikako, and Ikram, you've been working hard for the commission, so I want to thank for all that work, and Captain Hussein for the support for the athletes and support for this forum. These events are very important for you, the athletes, commissioners, to gain as much knowledge as possible from these 2 days, as Mikako already said, especially to bring back to your commission and to share with your fellow athletes back home. And speaking of sharing, it was already very interesting to hear about your projects. Seems like there's a lot of variety and very practical projects among athletes in your region. And of course, it's always local athlete commissioners that know best what are the biggest needs of their athletes. So thanks for sharing those, and looking forward to hearing about the other activities going on, and especially looking forward to the discussion these upcoming 2 days. I really encourage you to make the most of these days, network with your AC colleagues to really strengthen the network of Athletes Commission here in Asia, and cannot say enough how great it is to be able to have these events in person again, since, as mentioned before, it was since 2018 that it last time happened, so it has been a while ago. Yeah, pleasure to be joined here by some of my fellow IOC Athletes Commission members. We have Hong from China on the table, Yuki from Japan, Abhinav from India, Nadine from Jordan, and Masamov, who represent the Olympic refugee team. Also next to me is Sungmin from the Republic of Korea, who since Tokyo has been the first vice chair of the IOC Athletes Commission, and who I will now pass to give you an update of our EC activities over the last year. Maybe I'll try and use a clicker on the...
Okay, thank
you-
you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. Thank you. Good morning, dear fellow athlete. Then before I start, I would like to thank to OCA and OCA Athlete Commission, Mikako, and then Tony and Tayap for organizing this great forum since 2018. Then also I would like to thank Chair Emma, and then our team is IOC Athlete Commission, then also IOC Department, Athlete Department, to support this all the works for the IOC Athlete Commissions. I would like to update what we have done last year, and then also I will update on today about our activities from IOC Athlete Commissions. It is very busy year last year because after challenging of the COVID-19, we have returning to all the international event to the stage. So which started with the Winter Olympic Games in Beijing 2022. And we had a lot of new faces join the commissions, which is Martin Foucault and Frida Hansdotter, elected by the athlete who are competing in Beijing 2022. And also end of the year, and we appoint 4 new members to bring greater geographic diversity and gender balance and mix of sports to the commissions. These were Alistair, and then Alison Felix, and Say Smith, and Masoma Alijada. We are total number of athlete commissions in 23 members, 12 elected, and 11 appointed. So it is a full formed IOC Athlete Commission members. They also held our first ever Athlete Town Hall event, which was a 2 days virtual event held in July, which brought together Olympians from Tokyo and Beijing, and also the networks of ACs to celebrate their achievements and discover the support available from the IOC. Then also a special opportunity to Q&A with the IOC President, Dr. Thomas Bach. Our commissions now meet every month virtually, as there is so many important topics and issues to discuss. We also held 2 in-person meetings last year, in addition to 2 joint meetings with the IOC Executive Board, which is always a great opportunity to represent and the IOC Athlete Commissions to bring the ideas and update the members on how we are supporting athletes. Over the course of last year, we have supported the global network of athlete commissions in a number of ways, both digitally and in person. We held 6 conference calls with the network of athlete commissions in the lead up to Beijing, and then to keep the athlete updates on the war in Ukraine and the impact on sport. The IOC president joined us for a number of these calls. Then also we will continue this course this year, and we are prepared for Paris 2024. Our next global conference call will be held next Friday. So I would like to ask you for your actively engagement of this call. Then also we have had many one-on-one calls with individual ACs, and whenever an AC has approached us with a topic or issue, if any of your ACs would like to have a meeting, and then please let us know today or tomorrow. And 2022 saw the return of the in-person Continental Athlete Forums, such as this one, which are funded by Olympic Solidarities. And last year we had the European and Oceania and Pan Am Forum, and the African Forum was held last week, which Emma were attending. And these forums are so important to us, and to understand the challenges you are facing, and to help support them to be as effective as possible. Also, with the IOC team in Lausanne, we hold some practical online workshops for NOC ACs to provide support on applying for the AC grant, which is really important. Over 100 ACs signed up to these workshops, and we heard from some very active ACs who are delivering some inspiring projects like earlier this morning. Finally, just this month, we have finished an online e-learning course for athlete representatives. The idea of this to provide an overview of the role and responsibilities and the AAC members to tips on how to make an effective ACs. So now I back to the floor to Emma.
Thank you, Seungmin. Looking forward, one of the topics that we have been working on lately is the strategic priorities, and especially in the context of the Olympic Agenda 2020+5. This builds on the first strategy that was launched in 2017, giving it a refresh and ensuring that we're focusing on the topics that are current and impactful for athletes right now. So we are working on 3 areas, especially as representing the athletes in the Olympic movement. The work that we do to strengthen and empower the global network of athlete representatives, which this is an important part of. You guys are all a part of the network of athlete representatives, and it's really important to make sure that we give you the support that is needed and most relevant. And then to develop specific support programs for athletes. The few of the concrete priorities until Paris 2024. As always, we will continue the athletes in the decision-making process at all levels within the IOC. And for example, we have IOC AC members in almost all the IOC commissions and all of the coordination commission for both Olympic and Youth Olympic Games. We also want to ensure that all NOCs have an effective and active AC. Almost all NOCs have an AC already, but the focus is now on making these athletes commission as effective as possible. In October last year, October this year, we will hold the International Athlete Forum in Lausanne, and we will invite the AC chairs from all NOCs, IFs, OCOGs, and the Olympic stakeholders too. So there's a date for that forum, so hope many of you, the AC chairs, will be able to make it. Please, if you, yeah, it's on the slide as well. So 1st and 2nd of October this year, and the forum will be held in Lausanne. We're also going to launch a consultation on the topic of Rule 40 with Tokyo 2020 and Beijing 2022 Olympians later this year. So stay tuned for the updates. It would be great if you all could share the survey with your Olympians to have as many take part as possible. We will also continue to build and develop support programs for athletes on Athlete 365, which also includes the creation of a new Athlete 365 application that will be launched next year. And finally, later this year, we will launch the process for nominations for the IOC AC election in Paris 2024, where 4 more athletes will be elected to our AC. It would be great to have good representation from Asian NOCs, so I encourage you to engage with your NOC on proposing a candidate for the IOC AC election. And then back to Sungmin for the programs.
Hey, thank you. Then now I just want to mention the Athlete 365 and go through a few of the programs and offers that are currently available. We will send this presentation after this forum to make sure you don't miss any information and have all the links. Hopefully, you have all heard about what is the Athlete 365. This is there for all youth athlete, current active athlete, and those athletes retiring. It's also for athlete commissions and entourages have available approach of this platform. There are currently more than 130,000 elite athletes, and including Olympians and Paralympians, and also entourage members subscribed to Athlete 365, and we count on you and the ACs and athlete to continue to spread the message of your athlete to sign up and show them how they can benefit. Here is a quick overview of the different programs within Athlete 365. The IOC AC are involved in many different programs and projects, a lot of which are on the slide here. Athlete 365 bring all of this information together or in one place. And then we will just go through some of the major topics and programs today to give you an idea or share your perspective and different things available. Yeah, this is which is very important for our career and the career transitions. Is that your career has always been an important topic, all of us. So in effective athlete in every part of the world. The Athlete 365 Career Plus program is our oldest program since 2005. Cooperate with the ADECO groups. It's Athlete 365 Career Plus workshops on topics such as self-discovery and CV buildings. As an Athlete 365 Career Plus educator, I have helped my NOC and AC in Korea deliver these very valuable workshops, and can see how helpful they are for this athlete. We have the Athlete Career Portal, which has a lot of athlete-specific career support and content, and the Athlete 365 Employment section, which lists jobs for athletes in the Olympic movement. And the Athletes 365 Business Accelerator, a program for athletes that would like to start their own business, which include. So I back to Emma again.
Thanks. So here we have a great offer from the Airbnb with the athlete travel grant. Airbnb provide athletes with a grant to use on Airbnb bookings, such as accommodation. And last year, 2022, 500 athletes applied and received $2,000 of Airbnb travel grant. We had 3,200 applications from 196 countries, so coming from a wide range of countries. And this year, 1,000 athletes will receive a $2,000 Airbnb travel grant. The next round will be launched on April 25th, so stay tuned on Athlete 365 on more details on how to apply for this. And also all competing athletes at the Olympic and Paralympic Games receive an $500 Airbnb travel grant too. Then the Procter & Gamble Athletes for Good program through the IOC's partnership with BNG, grants are awarded to charitable organizations supporting community impact, equality and inclusion, also environmental sustainability. So some projects you guys had done on that as well. Athletes can apply on behalf of an organization they work with, and the funds will be transferred directly to the organization. Ahead of Tokyo 2020, 52 athletes got a grant of US dollars worth of 10,000 for their organization. And in the lead up to Beijing, 16 athletes got a grant of US 25,000 US dollars. And before Paris, 16 athletes will get a grant of 24,000. So if you're interested, applications are open until the end of March. And there is more info on this on Athlete 365. And it would also be great to share this opportunity with your athletes. Mental health is a very important topic. There is a dedicated section on Athlete 365 on mental health called Mentally Fit. Here are articles on different topics and other content produced, so the information can be found there. Also, if there's questions, obviously can be asking here. The content is produced by medical professionals designed to help athletes that are struggling. And launched in October was our Sleep to Compete e-learning course. Athletes can learn how better sleep can positively impact health, well-being, and also the athletic performance. Another very important topic is safe sport. There is also a lot of resources on the Athlete 365 on this topic as well. We have online e-learning course called Safeguarding Athletes from Harassment and Abuse, which features important messages from experts. And the IOC Integrity Hotline is also available on our website for anyone to report in case of abuse. And the IOC Safeguarding Officer Certificate is a 7-month course starting early or starting every September and giving a safeguarding qualification. So anyone interested in that can apply today. The courses are starting every September. Then the IOC Climate Action Awards. This is a new initiative, and the idea is to celebrate and support the effort of athletes and sports organizations that are tackling climate change. It is open to all Olympians, Paralympians, or Paris 2024 hopefuls who are practicing sustainable actions or working to address climate issues. You could be in line to win some incredible prizes from our worldwide Olympic partners, Airbnb, Deloitte, and PhD, including travel grant or to enroll in a sustainability course to help grow your project, or the $24,000 to give for a charity of your choice, plus a global ambassadorship. So Athlete 365, more info on this, and the applications are closing 31st of March. So some time to act on this. And then with the Athlete 365 learning to zoom in.
Thank you, Emma. This is another key topic of learning. So I'd like to introduce how to approach this Athlete 365 learning, which is great offering. It's completely free and available to everybody. So we have a lot of courses on many different topics, such as on sports media and understanding sports in injury, and sports physical psychology and personal branding, as well as the brand new AC members learning courses. Please join this valuable courses, and then you get all the benefit. And then another big topic is prevention of competition manipulation. There's a lot of information and resources available on Athletes 365. You can learn about the 4 rules of competition manipulations, and there is an online courses on the risk involved in competition manipulations. There's also key information on the different elements of match fixings, and also an educational toolbox with the resources that ACs and NOCs can download it. Hopefully you have already heard about the athlete declarations. This is a historic athlete-driven initiative which involved input from 4,292 athletes from 190 countries. The declaration outlines the rights and responsibilities for athletes within the Olympic movement. It addresses key issues such as integrity, discrimination, and clean sport. And we are currently working to make sure all NOCs and IFs adopt the declaration in their organization to protect the rights of athletes. We encourage all of you and your ACs to work with your NOC to ensure they adopt the athlete declarations. If you need any help on this, speak to any IOC, AC members or staff, or send us an email after this forum. Now, time to sign up. I do believe almost participants here in this room have already signed up. If not yet, please sign up now, because you will get all the benefits through the Athlete 365. And also bring this Athlete 365 information to your ACE members and fellow athletes in your countries. Then now I back to Emma again.
All right, so our final topic for our presentation, Let's Move, is a campaign and a call to action, uniting the Olympic family and friends in a shared mission to inspire the world on Move for the Olympic Day and beyond. The campaign will launch with big activation on Olympic Day, aiming to get people marking the day in their calendar and ultimately establishing Olympic Day as a global day to get active and move for 30 minutes. We will work with athletes and celebrity friends of the Olympics to create a culturally relevant movement that cuts through and captures attention, generating excitement and buzz amongst the broader public. So we encourage and welcome NOCs to join and help make the campaign an amazing success that only the Olympic movement can deliver. And for that, here is a short video to show more. You don't know if
The first and most global answer on why don't you exercise on a daily basis is I don't have time. But we all have time. Even for things we don't want to do, like dentist appointment, meeting with Dan, taxes, the difference is that we have them in our calendar. That's why, for the first time ever, Olympics is going to sneak into your calendar to leave you without excuses. Presenting the Olympic Invite. We will partner with top athletes around the world that will help us spread the word and send 30-minute calendar invites to all the people that follow them. Imagine receiving a notification from Pau Gasol, Leo Messi, or Simone Biles to make the most of that half-an-hour squeeze between your shift and your veterinary annual checkup. You will only have to hand your email and receive the most exclusive calendar invite that you will ever receive. Along with it, a link will come to access sport-related content featuring these athletes and professional coaches. Even if you are at work, we will give you some tips to even use your chair and your desk to burn some calories. Because if it's in your calendar, you won't skip it.
All right. Thank you again from both of us. And any questions here now? Or we will be around, so please, any topic you want to get more information, the team from the athlete support on the IOC will be around, we will be around, so hopefully get to talk to with many of you during these upcoming 2 days. But thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. A roundup about the IOC Athlete Commission work and Athlete 365 program. I think we still have 5 minutes before going to our coffee break. So I think we can enjoy a small video for the next Asian Indoor Martial Art Games, the 6th Asian Indoor Martial Art Games, Bangkok, Chonburi. So we're gonna watch a small video before going to our coffee break in 5 minutes. It's great to know that you are coming back soon to Bangkok for the Asian Indoor and Martial Art Games. So we will take a 20 minutes coffee break. We'll relax a bit before we come back to listen to the Olympic Solidarity overview presentation later after the coffee break. So 20 minutes coffee break, please be on time, and we will return to continue the Athletes Forum. Thank you.
我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，观赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023, welcome to Hangzhou. See you in Hangzhou.
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。中国特色，
质量风采，杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
祝愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023，
杭州见！
杭州见！杭州见！
杭州见！
杭州见！杭州见
！2023年，我们杭州见！ 我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，观赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome.
Welcome to Hangzhou.
See you in Hangzhou.
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。
中国特色，
中央风采，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023，
杭州见！
杭州见！杭州见！
杭州见！
杭州见！杭州见！
2023年我们杭州见。
If everyone can take, please, her seat so we can start. So welcome back. And as discussed before the coffee break, now we will have our presentation for Olympic Solidarity Program Overview from our colleague from Olympic Solidarity, Mr. Olivier Nyamki, OS Associate Director, Athletes and Sports Development Division.
Thank you very much, Tony. Good morning, everyone. I just give a couple of seconds for those who are still coming back. Taking this opportunity to, first of all, thanks our good friend from the Olympic Council of Asia for the warm welcome, and also our host, the NOC of Thailand, for the great hospitality. My name is Olivier Nyamke, as you can see on the screen. I'm the Associate Director of Olympic Solidarity, and today I'll try to give you a quick overview of what Olympic Solidarity is, for you to understand what we offer to the NOCs for the athletes. So this moment that we will share, it's first of all for me to explain what we do, but also for you to tell us what are your needs, what you want to understand, if you have any questions, if you have anything you want to know about Olympic Solidarity, this is the right moment. We are here for you. It's an exchange platform, and we count on you to let us know as well what you want to say. I will give you information, as I said, but I also expect to receive information. The reason I'm not standing in there is because I'm going to come to you to see if I can engage with you. Okay, so I count on you. Don't be shy. We are among friends. Thank you, Captain. And among friends, we talk. I saw the interactions during the coffee break. People start mingling. People start getting to know each other. It's about exchanging. As Dr. Tayyab said, we need to mix tables, sit with other fellow athletes to try to exchange, because ideas, proposals, experience as what we need to exchange. Okay, so first of all, a quick question. Who among you have already heard of Olympic Solidarity? Please raise your hand. Okay, that's not too bad. It's a good start. Thank you, Nadine. Thank you. Who among yourself has already benefited from one of the Olympic Solidarity program, like a scholarship or a training course or something? Who benefited from Olympic Solidarity? Please raise your hand a little bit higher. That's very good. Please tell me which program? Coach's course. Very good. Which sport? Swimming. Excellent. Good representation, Captain. Which program? Olympic scholarship. In which sport? Athletics. Okay. For which games? Which Olympic games? Before Rio. Excellent. We will talk about it. You've been benefiting from many. Which one? Just mention one.
One of them is the athlete scholarship for athletes,
Olympic scholarship for athletes.
We've got 5 athletes now under the program.
Okay.
And they are preparing for Paris.
Okay, very good. We will also mention that. Who else raised their hand around here? Yes. Coaching course handball. So coaching course from Jordan. Olympic scholarship for athletes. And the last one? Yes. Olympic for athletes. Can we get another one? For Paris. So you're a scholarship holder right now. That's very good. In which sport? Wrestling. Excellent. Pakistan. Excellent. And 2012, London. Okay, very good. Excellent. That's superb. So we say we're among friends. Don't be shy. Should we mention?
But you can mention where I went to the US to train, because that partnership with the US I lived at the OCA of
Absolutely. So as an introduction, why don't you tell us very briefly in 1 minute the program you benefited from and the partnership with the bigger NOC?
Well, I benefited from a scholarship, a solidarity scholarship. The unique thing was that I decided not to take the money, but I decided to go on through the scholarship to the US and train at the US OTC, which is run by the US OPC now. And that was I lived at their training center for, I think, 3.5 years. And I think that was one of the most beneficial years in my development as an athlete.
Okay, but can you tell the head of the story?
Yeah, I won a gold medal at the end.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right, so I will start this small presentation. It's actually good to see that you athletes are aware of the programs. Some of you benefited from it for athlete training, but also for coaches program. That shows that the message is passing. And that's the most important, because one of the challenge we have is to make sure that the athletes understand what exactly is available to them. Because we hear very often that we are not receiving anything. We are not supported. We lack financial support. But there is opportunities. The opportunities are there, but you need to know them. So also one thing before I start the presentation is to give you a mission. And Mikako said it this morning already in the introduction. What you will hear from here, please bring it back home and share it with the other athletes. Share it with your athletes commission. Be the ambassador of what we will discuss here when you go home for your athletes. They are the one who needs to benefit from. Okay? So a quick explanation. We talk about support, but what we try to do is to make sure that as athletes, you also understand how the mechanism works, where the money is coming from, what programs are available, and how it is distributed. So it will be a little bit academic, but that's the purpose. It's really for you to understand. So on the screen, you see that in the middle, you have the Olympic Games, the rings. Okay, the Olympic Games have revenues, so the Olympic Games generate money, and that money is redistributed. Nothing is kept. It's redistributed to the Olympic movement. So as you can see, one part is going to the OCA. The OCA is the Olympic Games Organizing Committee. So that's the city who organized the games. One bit is going to the International Federation, one to the NOC, and one to the IOC. The part going to the IOC is very small. This is just for the running cost, so nothing that we can count as significant. This is just for the running cost of the IOC and the programs and so on. What will be interesting to us is the part going to the national Olympic committees. This is what we are talking about. This money, instead of going directly to the NOCs, is transiting through Olympic solidarity. So the money is not paid in cash to the NOCs, it's going to the national Olympic committees and through Olympic solidarity, and Olympic solidarity redistribute those programs through funds. So I will explain how it circulates. So as I said before, the games generate revenues. These revenues goes to Olympic solidarity. Stay there, and instead of distributing cash, the money is distributed through programs. And those programs, I will explain them later, are for the benefit of the NOCs themselves. So it's not that the money of the NOC is going to someone else. The programs are for the NOCs, who then participate in the games. And sorry, I went a bit too fast. If we want the games to generate money, we need the games to be attractive. And for the games to be attractive, you need to put on a show. Let's say it like that. You need to put on a show. You need good athletes. You need attractive sports. You need good venues. And this is also the part of the NOC. One of the roles of the NOC is to make sure that the NOCs bring good athletes so that the games can be successful, so that they can be sold, so that they can generate funding that can go back to the NOCs, etc., etc. So it's a circle. If we come with poor athletes, not prepared, not trained, the games will not be attractive. And the competition is tough. You have World Championship, you have other multi-sport games. So we have this responsibility to make sure that the Olympic Games remain attractive with athletes that are prepared. So one of the messages you need to send back is to talk to your fellow athletes through the Athletes Commission and tell them that it is very important to arrive to the games prepared, not just for a participation. When we talk about budget, we want to be fully transparent. This is the evolution of the Olympic Solidarity budget. So the budget has increased consistently, and this is a good situation to be in, but this is not for granted. This is, as I said, because the games keeps being successful, keeps generating more funding, so the quote distributing to the NOC keeps being bigger. So the more successful the games are, the more support your athletes and your NOCs can receive. Currently, we are in 2021-2024 quadrennial plan, and the budget is a little below 600 million, which is a decent budget, but when you distribute that among all the NOCs by 4 years, all the partners, we have limitations, of course. But we are in a good situation, thanks to the success of the game once again. That is also the responsibility of the athletes. So with this funding, we support athletes through different programs. but let's put them in big area. The biggest one is the athletes and sports development. That's really the priority. And I will look at the screen with you. We also promote the Olympic values and the capacity building. This is the development of your NOC. We have a lot of programs for the development of the administration of your NOC, to have an efficient NOC who can organize activities for the athletes, who can organize training courses, who can set up a delegation to go to the Olympic Games, etc. So the fact that the NOCs are effective is very important. We also have one area called participation in the Olympic Games to make sure that the participation is secure, meaning that even if an NOC is not financially healthy, that NOC can send their athletes to the games. Athletes should be able to participate in the game without thinking about funding. So the participation, the air ticket, the stay in the village, the equipment, all this is covered by the IOC through Olympic Solidarity. Okay, so each NOC will receive a budget for what we call the logistic of the Olympic Games. That means that the equipment can be shifted to the games, the equipment can be covered, the cost of the equipment can be covered, the training camps, etc. So of course, each country will certainly add on funding to the cost of the participation, but this depends on each country. The participation, the basics of the participation, as I said, air ticket, stay in the village, equipment, is covered by Olympic Solidarity. And finally, we have what we call the continental programs, and we discussed this a little bit this morning when we were talking about the activities of the Athletes Commission. Some of the budget that I mentioned is distributed through the continent. So each continent will receive a part of this budget and create their own programs. Okay, in Asia, we work in very close collaboration with OCA, and we are very happy to see that some programs are directly going to the athletes. We have training camps for young athletes, for example. We have the AC grant that we discussed this morning. So all this is coming also from Olympic Solidarity and distributed through the continent. Moving on to the next slide, a quick point on the fact that we have 206 NOCs. Each of them is different. We have big NOCs, small. The difference can be the resources, can be the population, the size, the culture, which sports is popular in which country, etc. So all of them are different, all around the world. The aim is to have all of them at the Olympic Games. This is what makes the game so unique. Okay? When we talk about continental specificity, it's because we know that the reality of Asia is not the reality of Africa. So we want the Olympic Council of Asia to be able to set up their own programs that are specific to the needs of Asia. And it's the same in America, it's the same in Africa, etc. With, as I said, different needs for everyone, but one same goal is to go to the Olympic Games. So that's why our programs are available. They are there to make sure that each NOC can identify their priority and make sure that they apply for what they need. So each NOC is not necessarily obliged to benefit from everything. If you have a very good governmental support for your athletes' preparation, you can focus on coaches training. If there is no education for administrators, you can focus on this and let other sponsors or governments take care of the rest. So each NOC should be able to benefit from the program that they need. Okay? This is our structure. We have a commission, and I'm talking under the control of that commission because I have a couple of representatives here from the commission, Captain Hussein, Dr. Tayyab, Emma, who's also in our commission as the chair of the IOCAC commission. So the Commission of Olympic Solidarity represents your NOC, the International Federation, the IOC members, athletes representative and take all the decisions. So all the decisions are taken by the commission. Then we have the Olympic Solidarity International Office in Lausanne, implementing what we call the world programs. And then we have, as I said before, the continental office. And for Asia, it's the OCA office taking care of the continental program. So this is how we are structured. I am part of the international office. Tony, for example, would be part of the continental office. And as I said, the members of our commission are also seated. So we are represented. All this structure is represented in this room, but this is how the decisions and the implementation of the program is going. So this is for your understanding. This is for you to understand. So this is what we offer. We have 3 areas of development, 5 program clusters that are the Olympic Games universality, entourage, sports development, Olympic values, and what we call NOC management. And then we have 20 programs, 20 world programs that are managed from Lausanne. I will not go into the details of all those programs. I will just list them through a couple of slides because it will be too long to explain all those 20 programs. But you need to be aware that they are available to you. They are available to your athletes for you to get training, to get education, and so on. They are all listed on the screen. Okay, so that's what we offer. Some of the programs were mentioned already, and I will start by this. In red, I highlighted a couple of those programs. So we have the Olympic Scholarship for Athletes. Can the beneficiaries from the Olympic Scholarship for Athletes raise their hand again? Sorry. The one who said they benefited? Oh, okay. We have one here. Which sports? Can you just tell us? Athletics. In London. Okay. Do we have a mic around here? So maybe we can start sharing a little bit experiences. Thank you very much. I will keep it. Can you just tell us which sports, games, and how did you benefit from the program?
Yes, it's athletics. London 212. They gave me like $7,000 to prepare for it.
Okay. And how did you receive the funding? Was it by bank account?
No, it was in cash, and I did some training camps in it.
Okay, so you benefit both from cash and training camps?
Yes.
Okay. Beneficial?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Anyone else from the scholarship programs? Okay, I'll start here. Sorry.
I'm from Uzbekistan.
Yes.
We're in direct contact with you with the Olympic Solidarity programs. Thank you so much for your support. I want to say that we benefited for free of these scholarship programs, Tokyo, Beijing, and Paris. And thank you so much that you are upgrade each time. And for Paris, for example, there is so many updates and we can manage ourselves just about replacement of the athlete. It's a new one because before we didn't have. So it's really very important. And we have 30 athletes who benefit for a scholarship of Paris 2024. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, thank you. And so that's a good case study. Thank you. Yeah. You said 30, so that means you divided the amount by more athletes. Okay, so that's one thing you can do. And as athletes, and I come to you afterwards. If an athlete come to you as a AC chair and complain about the amount of the scholarship, you should be able to answer them, because this is a very common question, that it's not the same amount for everyone. So when you will arrive at the Olympic Games, in Paris, or in the Olympic Village at the Asian Games at the end of the year in China, when the athletes talk to each other, sometimes they never met. They met in the village, and they say, "Oh, you are scholarship holders too. How much do you get?" And one would say, "I get 700. And the other one will say, oh, I have 1,000. And one will say, I have 500, or even less. How much do they get, the 30? $600 for 3 months. So it's divided by 30 athletes, so that's probably the maximum. And the amount changed. So tell them not to compare, because this is a decision made by the NOC with Olympic Solidarity. How many athletes do we want to support with the same amount of money? This means that the scholarship can be divided to support 2, 3 athletes. The amounts are not the same, and very often the athletes try to compare the amount. They get upset because they don't have this information. So you should be aware of all this, because there will be the one, you will be the one that they will come to ask the question. So you should be aware of that. The amount is not the same. That's a very good example that we have here. Just another example of scholarship, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karim Anab from Jordan. I actually benefited from the Olympic scholarship through actually my NOC, Jordan Olympic Committee. And it wasn't directed to me, like as in cash, but it actually covered my expenses, training camp, long-term training camp in the US. And they covered all the living expenses through the NOC. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And this is also a very good opportunity to mention that there is 2 ways to benefit from the scholarship. Also, if you are asked the question, it can be either in cash. So the NOC decide to give the full amount in cash, and you come. Some of them will make a bank transfer. Others will call you to the office, give you the cash. You sign a paper, and that's how you get your scholarship. And other NOCs will decide to offer training camps, to pay for the coaches, to pay for travel to competition, to pay for equipment, and so on. So the money will not be in cash, but this doesn't mean that the athletes did not benefit from the scholarship. Okay, so that's a very good example of how an NOC can support an athlete without paying cash, but using the scholarship for the training of the athlete. So you have different possibilities. Okay, so this is about the scholarship. If we move on to the next area, this is what we call sports development. And sports development is really to work with each national federation to do identification projects, support athletes at continental level. For example, athletes preparing to go to the Asian Games. You have refugee athlete support, and Masoma, sitting somewhere here, is one of the beneficiaries of this program. So you have program, yeah, here you are, Masoma, a refugee athlete support beneficiary. So you have program for every level. Youth athletes, continental, preparing for the continental games. We have the refugee team. We have identification project, etc. Moving on to the entourage program. This program aims to support athletes in everything that concerns them, but that is happening out of the field of play. So we always say we support athletes on and out the field of play. So one of them, athletes career transition, we do it in collaboration with the IOC athletes department. So we support athletes in their transition. So you can either benefit from the options that are offered by the IOC athletes department, or come with your own initiative. So if an athlete is struggling for the transition, you should be aware that there is an opportunity here to support them. They are entitled funding to pay for studies, to launch a business, to have an education, to help them in their transition. One other program is the NOC Athletes Commission Activity Grant. So this one concerns you directly, and I will not elaborate too much on this because there will be a specific point about this program done by my colleagues a little bit later. Okay, so this one will be discussed in depth, but that's one of the programs we are offering through the entourage programs. Moving on to the values, we also offer, and this is less direct to you, but we are also offering a range of programs for the NOCs to be able to develop program related to the Olympic values. So Captain Hussein this morning mentioned the Olympic Charter. We have a couple of principles that we want the NOCs to promote at national level, and through this program, they receive support to be able to do so. That's also interesting for you to know. And lastly, we have what we call the NOC Management and Knowledge Sharing Program. So this is to have NOCs that are efficient. But when we talk about NOCs that are efficient, we also talk about athletes commission that are efficient. So each NOC, first of all, should have an athletes commission. So there is still a little bit of work to be done, and we count on you to push for that. But we should also be happy about everything that is already done. One of the target of this program is to make sure that we share information, that from an NOC to another we can exchange. We had a very good example described by Abhinav before, which lead to a gold medal at the Olympic Games, which is how an NOC will offer training opportunities to another NOC to train an athlete up to the point that athletes will win a medal. So we have in this, and that's just an anecdote, we have a couple of partners. So we talk to NOCs with a good sports tradition or with a good sports system. And we try to have them receiving some of our scholarship holders. So we had a few in the US. We have athletes in Japan currently, and that was before Tokyo, but they decided as a legacy to continue. For example, we have athletes in Germany, Turkey also receiving some, Iran is one of our partners too. And we have a group of athletes in Paris, in France, preparing for Paris. And the main discussion when we try to place an athlete is to see the level of the athlete. So first of all, they want the athletes to be good enough to follow the training. If you put an athlete in a training group that is not good enough, it's not good for the athletes, it's not good for the group, it's not good for everyone. But one other big question is that the athlete should not be too good, because that athlete may win a medal or may win a qualification spot and beat one of the local athletes. So you place an athlete from Africa in France. If it's a direct opposition, like a combat sport or a racket sport, if that guy becomes better, he can win a spot for the qualification. So we always had this discussion with our partners. It's very sensitive. How can we help? We want to help, but not at the detriment of our own athletes. And when we go all the way to, we want to help, even though you win a gold medal, we're happy for you, that's the ultimate level of collaboration. And that's what you explained. And that's why it was important to mention that this training was not just to help, it was to help you all the way to a medal. And that's what we also try to make sure we are sharing. When we say sharing, it's exchanging between NOCs. That's the principle of solidarity. And this forum, it was mentioned a couple of times already, is funded by Olympic Solidarity as part of this sharing principle. We are sharing information. The IOC Athletes Commission is sharing information with you. You are sharing information with us. Olympic Council of Asia share information as well. It's a sharing platform. So that's one of our principles. And this program, highlighted in red, is specifically designed to allow this. Okay, this was pushed by the IOC Athletes Commission because it is important. It's important to engage with athletes. It's important to be able to exchange. And in the same line, you will have, it was mentioned already this morning as well, the IOC-AC, which will also be a sharing platform, but at a bigger scale. So that's why, and I take this opportunity to push you a little bit. That's why it's important that when you come representing your country, you take part of this sharing exercise. That you raise your voice, that you say what you have to say in Asia, but also when it's a bigger platform. So if some of you come to Lausanne, or if some of your colleagues come to Lausanne, make sure that they also represent Asia proudly and loudly. because we need to hear from you. We need to need what is needed here. What is your reality, etc. So that's very important, and we give you the opportunity to do this through these programs. So that's for the World Program. I don't know if you have any question at this stage about the World Programs. To understand how to apply, I will explain a little bit later, but if you have any question, I don't want to miss any opportunity for you to ask anything. Any question before I carry on? Not yet. Not yet, so I continue. This I will go fast because I already explained that we work with each continental association for the continental programs, and that was explained before. Finance condition. Just 3 key principles that I would like to repeat and mention. We need to demonstrate good governance. We are talking about around $600 million distributed around the world to 206 NOCs. So imagine the magnitude of this operation. Up to now, we never had a scandal, and we are very proud of it because it would be so easy. $600 million distributed around the world to 206 NOCs. That money is accounted, is audited, and we hope that each NOC is playing the game and respects those financial conditions. So demonstration of good governance, transparency in funds management. We have a financial report that explains exactly how the money has been spent. It's public, it's online, everyone can check it. So no one can say it's not transparent. And then we have financial guidelines. We have financial guidelines that each NOCs have to respect. And you as athletes, if you are sitting at the board of your NOC, you should be aware of this, and you should also be the guarant of this. So you should be involved in the decision, the selection of the athletes, making sure that the financial guidelines are respected, and make sure that your fellow athlete also respect those financial guidelines. For example, one example, for a scholarship. For each scholarship, we ask for a technical report and a financial report. Okay, this should be submitted every 4 months, and it should be signed by the athlete. Without this document, the scholarship for the next period cannot be paid. So this is the role of the athletes, and you should be the ambassador and tell them, the scholarship holders, you should tell them, make sure that you respect the financial guidelines, because if you don't do this, the other athletes and yourself will not be able to receive the funding. So that's very important to know. It's also the responsibility of the athlete. Sometimes the athlete will complain, oh, the NOC did not pay us on time. So the responsibility goes from the NOC to the federation to the athletes. Everybody has to submit documents, sign the document, respecting the financial guidelines, make sure that those reports are submitted to Olympic Solidarity, so our teams in Lausanne can make the payment for the next period. So everyone has a responsibility. This is not just to give you an additional burden. We know sometimes paperwork can be boring, but this is to make sure that we are accountable and that we demonstrate good governance. Like I said before, this is crucial so that we can continue distributing so much money to so many people. I'm getting to the end, so don't worry, I won't be much longer, but I just wanted to explain a little bit how it works. And that can be useful for you. So I'll put the whole mechanism on the screen, but we should focus mainly on the first part. So the programs are all explained in what we call program guidelines. So if you want to be aware of what we have, you just need to go on Athlete 365. You have direct access to the program guidelines. You can go on olympic.org, and you have direct access to the program. So no one can pretend that they don't know the program. They are available. You can find them. Please use Athlete 365. This is your platform. This is made for you. It is athlete-friendly, easy to access, the information is there. Dr. Tayyab this morning said we are not short in resources. The resources are there. You said it this morning. We have a lot of resources. What's important is that you have access to it. What is important is that you make sure that you know where to find it. So when you know the guideline, it doesn't mean that you can use this knowledge and contact Olympic Solidarity directly. This is also a key message. Please remember, you should not, as athletes, contact Olympic Solidarity directly. If you do, we will be very happy to answer. Because as Captain Hussein said this morning, we are among friends. So we always respond to athletes. But what we tell them is please go to your NOC. They are the one entitled to make a request. So please tell the athlete that they should be aware of what's available so that they don't miss an opportunity. But the application should come, and that's on the top left, the application should come from the NOC. So the NOC goes on our platform, which is named Relay, like a relay in track and field, and send the application. When the application comes to Olympic Solidarity, we have an analysis. The analysis is to make sure that the project is relevant, is realistic, financially sustainable, and for the benefit of the athletes. So this analysis, we do it depending on the program with the International Federation. And for example, one of our program, Team Support Grant, we use the federation, we consult them. We make sure that the program is a good one. And then when we have all the guarantee, we approve the program. So when we approve the program, the NOC is notified and receive an advance payment in general. Then the money goes, as I said, either to the NOC, straight to the athletes, to the National Federation. Sometimes it goes to a training center or a university to make sure that the activity is happening. Then we have the technical report. We go to the activity is implemented. The NOC has to submit a technical report. This is where you, as athletes, your national federation should make sure that you play the game and you submit the information. If you need to submit invoices, please keep the invoices. If you're an athlete, you go to a competition, please keep the invoices because your NOC will need those invoices to make the report. That's also something you can tell to your fellow athletes when you go home, to make them aware that they are part of the reporting procedure. It's very important. So the NOC submit the report. The report is analyzed by Olympic Solidarity with our financial department. We have a whole principle of auditing with an external auditors to make sure that the money has been used properly. And when all reports are approved, the program can be closed. And in general, when the program is closed, there is the payment of a balance payment. And that's close the file. And then we can have another file open. But this is a cycle for an Olympic Solidarity file to go from an application to a final report and the closure of the file. Where you intervene, it's at the beginning for the application. You intervene when the report should be submitted for the invoices and to fill in the form, etc. So you are completely part of this process, and that's something that you should be aware of. And finally, this is just to repeat that everything is available on Relay about Olympic Solidarity, all the program guidelines. Each NOC should be able to use it. All the application comes through the platform. So if no one in your NOC, if you go to your NOC, you talk about a program and they're not aware, if you talk about Relay and they're not aware, please tell them that this is key and they have to learn how to use it. Some NOCs are still struggling a little bit, but you should be also the one pushing for them to be very familiar with this platform. Everything is there, it's available, it's called Relay, and if you want information, you go on Athlete 365, you get that information. I will stop here. Tony, just tell me where we are in terms of time. We still have 10 minutes? Yeah. Perfect. 10 minutes, it's an opportunity for you to ask any question about the process, about the reporting procedure, application, what's available. We already heard from you a couple of examples, but if you have questions, please take the opportunity. Any questions? Okay, so let's start here.
My name is Mansour Al-Toki from OCA Athletes Committee. Thank you for the nice presentation. Also, it's very clear and very simple. It's a difficult process, but you illustrated it in a simple way. One of the challenges we are facing is that Olympic Solidarity is supporting the NOCs. NOCs, they have to deal with the national federations and then get to the athletes. So these communications, somewhere it delays. And that's why athletes, they don't get a clear information because they are not directly involved with the NOCs. And national federations are not providing the resources to the athletes. And that's a challenge which is facing. So is there a way we could simplify that process with national federation because they are the ones supervising the athletes? The second question is related to the athletes committee. They are not, in some countries, most of the countries are new. They are not involved with the management process of these funds. It is NOCs who's managing directly to the athletes. And then the athletes committee, committees are not directly involved with the program. They should be more involved right now or not?
Thank you very much. That's two very good questions. First question, I touched it a little bit at the beginning. As I said, there is a process in place. We believe this is the minimum, the simplest process we can do. Okay, so we cannot select an athlete without the blessing of the national federation. I mean, the day an NOC is going to the swimming federation, bypassing the swimming federation and select 3 swimmers for the scholarship program, we have a problem. Because it means that the federation, who is the body who knows the athletes, who are the garant of the sports in the country, is not involved. But they are the ones sending athletes to the competition, to the World Championship, Continental Championship, etc. So we need the national federation. But what we need is efficient national federation. So that's why we have a range of programs exactly for what you said, to make sure that the federation can be developed. One of them is called DNSS, Development of National Sports Structure. So each NOC can identify which national federation is struggling a little bit in terms of organization, in terms of structure, knowledge, etc., and organize an activity for them. The DNSS consists in sending an expert from the international federation. Do you want to just say a little word about this? Because I know your federation is very active in DNSS. Thank you.
I wanted to come back later, but yeah, it's one of the best practices we had from DNSS. I think, Nargisi, I'm not happy with you, but you didn't mention about it. You are one of the best beneficiary, okay? And you have to formally say thanks to Captain Hussein also. We started in Uzbekistan, DNSS, Development of National Sports System. 30,000 for 1 year. And we took this to Uzbekistan, to Andijan, a former USSR hockey center, without any artificial pitch. The local governor, he was stimulated with this plan, and he came back with some investment. These 2 things, Olympic Solidarity, National Olympic Committee of Uzbekistan, stimulated International Federation. And I was not the IF president. I was in charge of Asian Federation that time, but Olympic Solidarity in charge for IF. We put $5.5 million, and we had an artificial pitch in Andijan. starting from the DNSS multiplication. How? The local government invests 1.5 million to renovate the whole thing. Okay, and up to today, we are running together with IOC, Olympic Council of Asia, and Central Asia, a project which is very successful. Okay. And I think it's not only, I can tell you maybe 100 benefits of DNSS, but this is one of the program we always highlight. Okay, you can get further details from Nergasi, but I want to put this on record that we are in agreement to continue for another 3 years. Okay, and thanks to OCA and also IOC that we are focused on Central Asia project. So this is something that you can develop synergy. Is not only one go program. You can develop other resources together with us. Okay, so thank you, Oliver, but this is just one example.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I will not come back, but I would like to appreciate your participation in this. I don't know, Captain Hussain, I don't know, all the good things happen for athletes are having some link with Oliver. Yeah. So please, here is Mr. Oliver. We made together with some proposal, okay, with Kirsty, I must say, she is not here today, but with Kirsty, we developed a plan for the IOC Athletes Grant, okay. But on a very first day, it was on the table of Olivier, and he helped us. And today we are all benefit of the IOC Athletes Grant. Thank you, Oliver, for all your work and for all your dedication to the athletes.
Thank you, Taya. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So as explained, that's answered the first question about the role of the National Federation and the fact that the National Federation should be efficient and that we are also providing NOCs with opportunities to support the national federations. But as you said rightly, the process can be complicated, but if you manage, as I said, more than $500 million with 206 NOCs, you need a system that is really solid, okay? Because otherwise you lose track, you expose yourself to a big risk. So that's why we need everyone to be involved, from the commissions for the decision, the implementation, the financial system, the auditors, the national federation, the athlete. So everyone has to play a role. And I'll be very frank with you. The reality is that some NOCs are doing this very well because they understood the potential, what they can benefit from. So they have someone in their NOC specifically dedicated to Olympic solidarity who become an expert, sometimes knowing the programs better than us, because that's all they do. They study every single process. So they become expert in relay, and they make their NOC benefit from it. But sometimes you have very efficient NOCs who also train the national federation, so the federations are also good. And then the athletes are also aware and know the processes, so everything works perfectly well. And there is no delay. Everything is on time, the scholarships are paid on time, everything works perfectly well because everyone is trained, aware, and play their part. In the opposite, we have NOCs where it's a bit more complicated because you don't have the resources, maybe, you don't have the people who know how to benefit from the program. So some of them, and I'm not talking specifically about Asia, but we're facing sometimes a new team, a new NOC elected, and they come with their team and they have no idea. So they don't know where to find the information. They have new federations that have no idea either. So they need to be trained. So they need to, that's why the program keeps going. So a DNSS, like Dr. Tayyab said, it's not a one-off. Because the day you have an election, it's a new team, you need to train the newcomers, etc. So, and same for athletes. You have young athletes coming. It's not because you are aware now and you may share this information to your fellow athletes. The next generation coming will need to have the same knowledge. So it's an ongoing work so that everything works. But if it doesn't work, it can be delayed, and you're right. So the objective is that we have NOCs who know the process so it goes smoothly and avoid that all the process is delayed either by the athletes, by the national federation, or the NOC. Okay? And the second point, it's about the role of the AC in the decision. So there I will let my colleagues elaborate a little bit, but what the ideal scenario is that each NOC has an athletes commission. That the statute of the NOC, and this is also part of the recommendation, that's also something that needs to be this way. The chair of the athletes commission should be seated at the table of the executive board. Like it's a case in OCA, for example. It should be like this in an NOC. And all the decisions about the allocation of funds normally are taken by the executive board. This is what happened in a well-functioning NOC. It's not a one-man show. It's not somebody who decides alone who will receive the scholarship. It should be a decision from the board. And at this table of the board, you should have an athlete representative. That's why your role is important, so that you are involved in the decisions. Okay, and sometimes if the athletes commission is very efficient, and the board of the NOC trusts the athletes commission, they even sometimes delegate some of the decision to the athletes commission. We have NOCs where the selection of the scholarship holders is made exclusively by the AC, by the athletes commission. So the board just follow the work and the decision of the AC because they trust them. That's the best case scenario. Okay, so you are the board, you give the responsibility to the AC, they take the decision, they check the level of each athlete, and they come up with a list. Okay, we have 10 athletes, we have 5 athletes, these are our candidates. The board don't even question, they just follow the recommendation of the AC. That's when you reach that level of trust, when the AC really have a decisional role in the NOC and the allocation of the program. Okay, so this is work in progress. It's not like this everywhere, but hopefully we are improving, and that's why we're doing all this with our colleagues from the athletes department, to make sure that the AC have a real decisional role. I think now the 10 minutes are gone. Please make sure that you access all this information, but also make sure that if you have an additional question, you use the time that we are here together to come and see me or my colleagues. Or even Tony is aware of all our programs, so that we can answer your questions. So if you have anything that is not clear, anything that you want to know that you didn't ask here, please use that time that we have together to come and ask questions. On this, I will thank you very much for your attention. I know I was a bit long. I was given an hour, but I thank you for the help of those who helped me making this hour interesting for you, I hope. And I thank you and wish you a good continuation of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olivier, for the presentation. Just 2 things, quoting Olivier before going to our lunch break, and then we have the next session. So it's very important quoting him that you are aware now, so you know about the programs, and it's very important also to mention that the resources are there. And he explained clearly, and it will be explained by the IOC athlete department, what is your role, and this is why we are here, to promote, and this is what we are trying to do with while activating the athlete committees, is for you to have a seat on the executive board also to take the decision. So this is very important. We will go for lunch break for an hour and a half. We will be back for an overview about the IOC athlete grant with our colleague Arthur, and then a breakout session with Kaveh. On the way back after the lunch, we will change a bit the way how we will be divided. So for the breakout session, so basically you will be divided into 5 zones, which is, we all know the zones OCA, which is West Asia, and then East Asia, and then Central Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. It will be very easy because we're going to have a list with the countries and the flags. So you will know we will not be moving tables but chairs, but we will be divided 5 zones, which is West Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia for the breakout session. So it will be easy. We will guide you when we go back, but this is the first thing you need to do. You will regroup yourself for the breakout session and for the next session. So the lunch will take place, Wissam, it's over there. Just over there, the lunch, beside this room, an hour and a half. So, and we will be back at 2 o'clock for the next session. Thank you very much.
我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。 办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，办赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome.
Welcome to Hangzhou.
See you in Hangzhou.
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。
中国特色，
质量风采，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
祝愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见。
2023年，我们杭州见。 我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，比赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome.
Welcome to Hangzhou.
See you in Hangzhou.
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。
中国特色，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
祝愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023，
杭州见！
杭州见！杭州见！
杭州见！
杭州见！ 杭州见。
2023年，我们杭州见。 我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，观赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待，
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome.
Welcome to Hangzhou.
See you in 杭州。
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。中国特色，
质量风采，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发， 亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
祝愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见。
2023年我们杭州见。 我们各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，办赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome.
Welcome to Hangzhou.
See you in 杭州。
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。中国特色，
质量风采，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发， 亚运更精彩。
Heart to heart at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见。
2023年，我们杭州见。 各项工作基本准备就绪。亚运会筹办的方面，我们有几个亮点。办成一届史上最成功的亚运会，观赛精彩，文化多彩，交流拓展，是我们所追求的。我们希望亚洲一家亲，亚洲命运共同体通过文化凝聚在一起。
杭州亚运会一定能够给各参赛运动员留下深刻而美好的回忆。
一个约定，4届为期，
万众期待
中国新时代，杭州新亚运。
Looking forward to Hangzhou Asian Games.
2023.
Welcome,
Welcome to Hangzhou.
金于杭州。
2023，我们在杭州等你，我们在杭州等你。中国特色，
质量风采，
杭州韵味，
精彩纷呈，绿色、智能、节俭、文明，蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
蓄势再出发，亚运更精彩。
Forth to hold at future.
精彩无比的杭州亚运会等你来。
杭州加油，中国加油！
愿中国亚运健儿再创辉煌。
2023，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见，
杭州见，
杭州见，杭州见。
2023年，我们杭州见。
Can we take our places so we can start, please? So everyone is sitting by zone now. We have West Asia on the right side, we have East Asia on the left side, we have Central Asia in the center, and then we have South Asia behind and Southeast Asia. This is basically how we will be grouping for the next breakout. After first, I would like to start with the session, which is the Effective Athlete Committees, Projects and Activities. We will have an overview about the IOC, AC grant, and a small panel discussion. This is why we would like to welcome our colleague from the IOC Athlete Department, Athletes Commission Support, Mr. Arthur Milroy, for the presentation.
Oh. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Tony. For those that don't know me, I am Arthur. I'm working in the IOC Athletes Department. You've probably seen my name on a bunch of emails and maybe Zoom meetings over the years, but here I am, match the face to the name. So we heard earlier about Olympic Solidarity and how it generally supports NOCs and athletes through the whole range of programs that they have. But for this 1 hour, we want to talk specifically about the NOC AC Activity Grant. So this program exists for you, for the athletes commissions, for the athletes. There are $10,000 available. Oh, before I continue, I need one of those clickers. Yeah. Thank you. There we go. $10,000 available to every NOC Athletes Commission every year. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for you guys to go back to your countries and deliver projects, activities, whatever that could be for your athletes. And if your NOC doesn't have an athletes commission yet, which for 99% of you that's not the case, the funds can be used to set up the athletes commission as well. So the idea of the program is to fund athlete-centered activities, and we're going to go through a bunch of ideas and examples of what those activities can be. And then after the short presentation, we're going to call up a few of your colleagues, and they're going to share their experiences, share their projects about how they've used this funding back home with their athletes. But first of all, the reason I'm doing this presentation today is because, look, there's too much red. There's too much red on these graphics. We started the program in 2020, and as you can see, 12 athlete commissions within Asia applied for the funding. In 2021, only 7. And last year, it increased a lot to 16, but we can do a lot better. We can do a lot better than this. And hopefully, in 2 years' time, or the next time we do this forum, the graph will be a green circle. We want every single one of your athlete commissions to go back to your NOC, go back to your country, and think about how you can use this funding, how you can support your athletes using the funds available to you. A quick shout out to those ACs in the room that have applied already this year: Jordan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia. Great job. So everybody, yeah, give them a clap. Give them a clap. So there's a lot of work to do to get more applications for this year, more applications going forwards. And hopefully after this hour, after these 2 days, you guys will have a lot of inspiration and good ideas about what you can do for your athletes back home. Because it's so easy to apply. It's super easy. There's 5 simple steps on the screen there. You first need to have an idea of what your AC wants to do for your athletes. What projects, what activities, what challenges are your athletes facing that you can support with? So when you go back to your country, you should meet with your AC, have a discussion, share the knowledge from this forum. understand what challenges your athletes are facing, and then see how you can support them through this funding and through the projects that you can do. And then you just got to write down the information about what projects you want to do. You download the application form, or just write some detailed descriptions and share this with your commission, with your NOC, what projects you want to do. It's as simple as that. And you need a budget. You need to know or estimate how much each of these projects would cost. And that's all you need for the application. It's really that straightforward. The NOC is the one that submits the application, so it's good to work with them in this process. Make sure that you're both aligned. After all, your athlete commission's plans and activities can fit with the NOC's overall strategic framework. So it's good to be aligned of what projects you want to do. And also the NOC is the one that submits the application to Olympic Solidarity. And when Olympic Solidarity received the application, I also received the application, and I'm reviewing it alongside my colleagues from Olympic Solidarity, which also means if anyone has any questions, whether during these 2 days or afterwards when you go home to your countries, just send me a message, send me an email, and I can help you with the application in the first place. If not, we can have a discussion after it comes to us, but we're here to help. And then, following the approval of the application, the funds are transferred to the NOC and your projects can be held and delivered. And similar to the Athlete-Centered Fund by OCA, you do need to report on the activities of a financial and technical report, which the NOC submits. So it's really that easy. You just need the idea and to apply and then to use and deliver the funds. Okay, so now let's go through a few examples of how you can use the funds and what activities that you can deliver. A National Athletes Forum is one of the most popular activities, and we see athlete commissions from all over the world delivering National Athletes Forums, similar to what we're doing here this weekend in Thailand, but on a national level. You can gather a large number of athletes in your country and inform them and discuss a whole lot of topics like we are this weekend. One great example is the Philippines Athlete Commission, who, as you can see from the photos, they hold National Athletes Forums every year. Even during COVID, they held them online, and this year they managed to do it in person again. But a National Athletes Forum is a great opportunity to discuss so many different topics and also to get feedback back from the athletes that you're representing. An athlete commission election. The funds can be used to support the election of your new AC members, because all of you will need to hold an election at some point. NOC-AC of Kyrgyzstan last year held their election using the funds. And we see many different athlete commissions also using the funds to hold an election. It's good sometimes to use an existing event or competition to hold your athlete commission election, like at championships or games, or at your National Athletes Forum, when your athletes are already gathered there, so you haven't got to gather them specifically for an election. Workshops. You can do workshops with your athletes on many different topics. One example is the AC of Bhutan, who have done some great work recently on safe sport. They really did a lot of work with their national federations and with their NOC, Gender Equality Committee, to really change the safeguarding policy in their country and upskill different members and different NFs with safeguarding skills. But workshops can be on anything. You can do workshops on anti-doping, nutrition, the prevention of sport, competition manipulation in sport, nutrition, psychology. The topics are endless. So you just need an idea. What do your athletes want to know about? And they're very simple to hold. You just need to organize a room and promote it to the athletes, and then have an expert to deliver it. Athlete engagement. Now, this is one of the fundamental, most important parts of being an athlete commission. You need to engage with your athletes. Athlete engagement can be digital, or it can be in person, which is often much more effective. After creating their athlete commission last year, the Athlete Commission of Laos did an awareness booth at a national games, and we'll hear more from their AC later. But by speaking to your athletes in person, understanding their challenges and showing them how the AC can support is one of the most important things about an AC. And the funds can help you activate, hold engagement sessions, booths for your athletes at a competition or another event. So hopefully that gives you some good ideas as well. And on the left there, the AC produced a nice little poster of how the Athlete Commission can be contacted and how it can support the athletes too. The Philippines, they see another great example of digital athlete engagement. They are very active on the social media, for example, and hold a lot of webinars and workshops on different topics through Zoom and other digital platforms. This was a particularly great example of how an athlete commission can support athletes during the COVID-19 pandemic, but also afterwards. You know, it's often a cheaper and easier way to deliver a session is online through Zoom. But there's a lot you can do, and I think, and we'll hear from them later also, they had really good participation across a lot of these different workshops. As you can see, they did anti-doping, online business webinar, financial 101, so many different topics and subjects that they educated their athletes on. And finally, Tajikistan AC, they did a social media personal branding workshop for the athletes. And this is one that we see a lot of different athlete commissions really focusing on in the last couple of years. It's how to support your athletes with their journey, their personal branding journey as an athlete, and how they can maximize their exposure on the different platforms. This was particularly helpful in the lead up to the Olympic Games or another championships, where athletes are often talking to the media and looking to maximize their exposure in their country and beyond. So that's it from my short presentation. I just want to share you my email address if you haven't got it already, because really I am here to support you. These 2 days, you can come and see me in person if you have any question about your application, projects, or ideas. Or afterwards, you can email me anytime. And really, my job is to support athlete commissions. NOC athlete commissions, IF athlete commissions. We are here for you, myself and the team in Lausanne. So please don't be shy. Always reach out if you're unsure or if you're having any challenges, because we really exist to support you guys and to help you support your athletes. So with that, I'm going to call up onto the stage a few different athlete commissions from the room. Let's give them a round of applause. First up, let's get Francesca from the NOCAC of Philippines. We have Mohammed from the NOCAC of Yemen. Rashika from Sri Lanka AC, please. And finally, we have Jib from the NOCAC of Laos. Please take a seat. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing with us some great examples about how you guys are supporting the athletes in your country using the funding available. You guys are all doing so much great projects in your country, and hopefully the guys here will find them really valuable. Francesca, I'm going to start with you. Philippines. I've already mentioned you twice on the presentation. You guys are doing a really good job in Philippines. Very active in the last few years. So please just give us a quick update of the activities you guys have done and how that's been for the athletes you represent.
Right. So for this year, we've actually only had one so far. That would be the Athletes Forum. But coming up, I'm going to pull out a list so I don't miss out on anything.
That's that many.
We have the Anti-Doping Awareness Webinar. That will also be with the sports nutrition. We have a Spiritual Wellness Webinar. The Athlete 365 Career Plus program will be in April. We have mental wellness sessions, a yoga and meditation session, financial management. We have sports law and safe sport. What was previously an online business webinar, which we did because of the pandemic and athletes needed support in that side. We are now changing to athlete branding and sponsorships. And then the last would be a leadership program for athletes. And then other than those events that we have, we also do athlete commission representation in major games. We are also working with companies, Philippine companies, to support, or in addition to the Athlete 365 Plus career program, just to kind of supplement that.
Wow, quite a list. Let's give them a clap. That's fantastic. And the Philippines AC, they've applied for the funding every single year since we started the program in 2020. So really a congratulations to you and the whole team. I know there's a lot of you that can't make it today. Obviously, it's 2 people per commission, but it's a teamwork, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. And thank you. And the reason why we're active is actually because of the OS grant.
Yeah, fantastic. Mohammed, gonna move on to you because and maybe you could just pass the microphone down. Thank you. Because in Yemen, the circumstances are very different. And despite the challenges the country is facing, you have held many different sessions and activities, workshops for your athletes as well. Can you give us an idea of how you have supported the athletes in the last year or 2?
First, I'm very happy to be here with athletes family. Also, today I will talk about some of workshops for the Yemeni athletes. A workshop on steroids and their effects on the athlete. We explained what is the doping, what are the harms of doping, how do athletes avoid doping. The main of this workshop is how to be a clean athlete. Also, we did a workshop on nutrition. How is that important to the athlete? We explained it, what proper nutrition is it for the athlete, and what is the proper nutrition before and after competition. In the end of this topic, how to be a strong and healthy athlete. Then we have psychological support. Why psychological support is important for the athletes? What is psychological support for the athletes? If there is psychological support for the athletes, they will be the winner. In the end of, I'm gonna talk about the English courses. Every year we do sample of English courses for the Yemeni athletes to help them during his travels and also after when they stopped playing sports. That's all.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to see how you're supporting the athletes in Yemen. And that's a really good point on the English courses, because many ACs are also looking at providing language courses for their athletes, and it's a really fantastic skill to help them with during and also after their career, not only competing internationally, interacting with different people from different countries, but after their sporting career, it's a good skill to have. So great work. And I also remember in 2020, I'll always remember this one because I saw some great photos. The Yemen Athletes Commission, despite the war in their country, they still managed to hold an election for the Athletes Commission. So really great work that they're doing there, despite some very challenging circumstances. Rishika, Sri Lanka. You already shared some great stuff earlier from the athlete-centered project fund, which you applied for. But fantastic that you're also applying for the Olympic Solidarity NOC AC grant too, and really shows how you can maximize both programs and use all of the funding available to you. I think education was really the focus of your application for the grant. Can you just talk about how important that has been for the athletes and what sort of education workshops you held for them?
Yep, I think again, NOC Sri Lanka and Athletes Commission is very passionate about conducting educational related programs. Like Yemen did, we also had an English program, only because we believe improving the language, being able to speak English while they compete in international arena or attending any scholarship programs or anything out of the country is very beneficial so that they can communicate effectively. Apart from the English program, we also had a couple of other nutritional programs as well. Again, we wanted the athletes to have more access to information around nutrition programs. So we had professionals coming in to conduct these sessions. And we also have more doctors coming in voluntary now to be available on monthly basis to give FOC free of charge sessions for athletes on one-to-one basis, which is one of the great things we were able to do while doing all these programs. And we also did another intense safe sport introductory session as well. Again, many athletes do not know what safe sport is, and they do maybe not understand what the policy is supposed to, or it's communicating to the athletes. So we had to really drill down these areas, make it simpler to digest so they could understand the policy better. And we also had another session around motivation. This is somewhere around 2020, when the COVID was at its peak. The athletes were unable to really get out there and do their trainings. We were able to conduct a few sessions virtually to keep them motivated and keep their training going regardless of the situation. Apart from the education, what's more important for us in 2020 was we were able to identify 100 athletes in Sri Lanka who did not have a proper financial support during COVID. Some of their parents lost their income because of COVID impact. Athletes lost their income, certain athletes. So we were able to support 100 athletes over 2 months to really get access to basic needs and food and medicine and all of that. So that's one of the great things we were able to achieve in 2020.
That's really fantastic, and that's a great example of how different you can use the grant for it, as long as it's athlete centered and supporting the athletes. The program's pretty flexible in terms of what you can apply for. So get creative, have a really think about how it can support your athletes in your country to fit your specific context. I've got many questions for these guys, but also you guys can ask questions too. Have a think and what you want to ask them, because they're really the experts of the Athlete Commission world, and I'm sure they've got some great advice to share. But Jib, the NOC of Laos created the Athletes Commission last year, and you're the first chair of the commission, which is really fantastic. One of also the newest athlete commissions to be created. And we saw some photos from your awareness booth at the national championships, which is really fantastic as well. Give us an update, please, about how that journey has been for your athlete commission and what you did to support the athletes.
Yes, thank you, Arthur. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. In Laos is Sabaidi. I am Chiap Chalansuk, and you can easier to call me is Jesse. Yeah. I, with my teammates, come here and to present representative from our athlete commission to our successful from the last year. Yeah. Today, we would like to share about our success when we estimate our athlete commission from the last July, and then we try to apply the fund for the activity for our athlete commission, and then our NOC to apply for us to the success under the great support from the IOC and OCA, and then one of our aim were to build up the awareness of our athlete commission to athletes in my country. In last year, we have organized a national game in the last December, and we use this opportunity to build up a booth and to promote the information about our rules and our responsibility. Responsibility, especially the benefits with them. We would like to do for our athletes. One campaign, we successful arrangement was at the national game, and we organize the game. We organize the game and quiz to let them play, and I give some souvenir, some gift for their memory. And we in our booth, we interview many athletes to correct their current challenges or difficulty which they may need many support, then share the information to us and we share to the NOC. Furthermore, we created the game after the game. We come back to the capital and we organize the seminar in a sport fair and green sport with some education from university, yeah, and the event was going grateful and successful that we could arrange around 500 athletes together. The number, the detail, to foster communication with them in the future. And then we report the successful to the NOC. And in this year, we aim to continue success by arranging more activity and more workshop for our athletes. If possible, we would like to organize English class for our athletes to improve and develop their English skill when participating to the international game or to the international competition. And today, in our forum, I would like to list all the Athletes Commission members to share the experience for our Athlete Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeb. I think Laos is a really good example of how a new athletes commission can really, put itself out there and promote itself to the athletes. And by going to a national championships where you've got almost 1,000 athletes is the perfect opportunity to showcase your athletes commission and also to speak to them and get their feedback. And I know you guys sent a survey to the athletes. They can complete the questions. They give their email address and their contact number. And then the Athlete Commission has that information, that data for their athletes to use in the future to communicate to their athletes, because it's a challenge. It's a challenge of how athlete commissions can communicate to their athletes in the best way. And by collecting that information, the athletes have shown willingness to be on the Athlete Commission mailing list or contact list, and it sets them up for a really good future. Also, and as Jeb mentioned, they had a lot of gifts and souvenirs for the athletes to win during the quiz. Again, this is something your Athlete Commission can apply for using the funding. Small gifts and goodies maybe that have your Athlete Commission branding on to really help promote and give visibility to the AC among the athletes. So really good job in Laos, and it's been great to see the journey you have been on for the last less than a year, since July. Yeah, so that's really good. Francesco, back to you, because I want to talk about social media. social media is such an important tool these days, as we all know, but athlete commissions also more and more are using social media as the way to engage with the athletes. I've seen you've got at least an Instagram page, Facebook page as well, maybe. Yeah, fantastic. How does that work for your athletes, and how successful has that been? Would you recommend it to other athlete commissions to use?
Right. Yes. Well, for the Philippines, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but I think we are like the #1 Facebook user
Wow.
country in the world, possibly.
That's a fun
But
fact.
we're very big on social media, so we activate our social media pages so that we can make announcements through there. That's where we're really able to reach out to the athletes individually, because we're still working on a database. I think following Laos, when they're getting a database, we're doing the same, but it's not actually as big as our social media engagement. So that's how we get the word out. That's how we get participants also to sign up for our events.
Fantastic. And athletes can also approach you through the social media, right? Through
Yes, definitely.
direct message. Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic. And you promote all of your programs, and yeah, no, it's really good. And if you've got your phone, you can check out their pages, because they're pretty active on social media. It can give you some good ideas about how you as an athlete commission can use social media to the best way possible. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, you've probably heard me. Yuki. Let's get the guy a microphone. Is there one on the table?
Congratulations for all of you. It is a great accomplishment, and it is a good thing. Maybe for all NOCSs, encourage from the stories and sharing information, knowledge. It's the good things. And I have one question. If further support is available from the IOC or OCA, what kind of support would you prefer for all of you? Yeah. More support if you get IOC or OCRs, if you can get, yeah.
Who wants to go first?
Sorry, the question was if we get more
support.
support.
Yeah, more support. Yeah. What kind of details or, yeah. Now it's a good support already, but if you get more, yeah.
Right. Actually, so with my colleague over there, Jesse, we were brainstorming, because we already have full support from the IOC grant, and now that we know that there's an OCA one, which we did hear about, we just really couldn't think. It was like towards the end of the year, and we couldn't plan properly. So with more support, I think again, we're in the process, and we heard a lot of the other events that other countries are doing that we haven't done yet, which is there was one on sustainability. I think that's something we can still touch on. There was another that was talking about creating athletes commissions in the national federations. We touched on it, but we haven't really put any further effort on that, which I think we could do a little bit more. There's honestly a lot that still can be done, and with more support, of course, it'll be more broad, I think, and further reach for the national athletes.
And what kind of support would that look like? You need financial support more, or support in a different means?
I think right now it'd be good to have more resources in terms of education. So I think also with the athletes, from what we've gathered, at least from our athletes, is that a lot of the athletes support need more education, because they can't do much on their own sometimes, right? You still need the support of your coaches, of your sports nutritionists, of your psychologists. And I think that's where maybe we could further touch on that area, the athlete support for the athletes, because in the end, we're all here to support the athletes.
And I think that's one of the things through Athlete 365, we're continuously trying to create more education courses, more content on different topics, so if anything, we'll continue to do that and do more of it. Anybody else have any ideas to share on more support? Is there any more support that you need as athlete commissions to do even more?
Yeah, I would probably go. I think I align with you quite well there. In terms of resources, I think we do lack into certain areas, for example, athlete career development related, because we do not have professionals who are coming from the athlete background and who is able to support the athletes to really go out there after sport, right? I myself had to do my learning on my own pretty much. So I think we could get that train the trainer programs done locally as well. If you could provide a resource to train local resources, maybe that will help out. So we don't have to really reach out to you every time that there's a program. We have resources developed locally as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great point and something for us, to take away and look at for sure. Any other questions from the room? I mean, I have a couple more myself. Anybody else? Oh, very good. Francesca, I want to ask you, because you had a really great plan. I think it was last year, it might have been 2 years ago, but you worked as a commission and identified that you wanted to bring a member of the commission to each major championships that the Philippines would participate in as a part of the delegation. This is a really cool initiative, and especially that it's now in the terms of reference of your athlete commission, that it's now mandatory that a member of the athlete commission travels with the Philippines delegation and is there for the athletes to support. Talk us about this, because this is a really great achievement.
The main reason I think for that is we're again going back to the main purpose of the Athletes Commission, which is really to be the voice of the athletes, or the link between the athletes and management or the other officials. So with an Athletes Commission representative in every major games, they know that there's someone that they can reach out to. So we really make it a point to try and strengthen the athlete community and the network, so that they know that in case they're afraid to talk to anyone else, they know that they can approach us. And I think it's really important to give access to the athletes to that need, because it is a need, especially during the games. So before every major games, we try to one, we have like a send-off where the Athletes Commission again just kind of reintroduces themselves. And specifically for the major games, Olympics and the Winter Olympics, we talk to all the athletes who are going, and we make sure that they know. We actually also create a group. So again, social media. We make a group so that they can also talk to each other. So last Tokyo, we only had 19 athletes. So we made a group with the Athletes Commission and all the athletes. So and it was pretty active. They were talking to each other. At least also during the Olympics, they know someone, because for the longest time, like when we go to Asian Games or any other major tournament, we don't talk to each other. So that was one of the pillars that we were focusing on as an Athletes Commission, to strengthen the athlete community as well.
Fantastic. So you'll have somebody in Paris, for example, for the Olympic Games.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will have someone there.
Which won't be you, because
No, because the term is up and elections will be in January next year.
in January next year. And whilst we mention election, how you do it, because you stagger it really well, so you have a good transition period between the old and the new.
Well, more of so I'm on my second term, and we actually stop it there. So we only are allowed to run for 2 terms. So my colleague is on his first term. So now hopefully he will run again in the next elections and pass on, I think, good practices to the next, or the other.
Yeah. No pressure,
athletes coming
Jesse.
in. No pressure. But yeah, so we want to do that. We also want to be dynamic. We want to be inclusive. We want to make sure that a lot of athletes are also kind of trained for a leadership position, give chances to the other athletes to be part of all of this, because this is something that would also really help them in their lives.
Yeah, no, fantastic, really cool. I want to touch now on plans for this year, and also going forwards towards 2024 as well. Jeb, you mentioned that you would hold English classes for your athletes. Is that a project for this year?
Yeah, we plan.
Yeah.
We plan for the English course for our athletes, because nowadays we in Laos we have a sport industry, sports school. We have sports school, and the level skill in English from the children, from the sport, any sport, they poor in English. And we looking for some university or some teacher from overseas or in Laos to organize some course, some course for to prove them in the languages.
Yeah. Fantastic. No, that's a really good idea. And similar to what you were doing in Yemen with English courses as well. Really nice. Do you have any plans for this year, Mohammed, for the Yemen AC activities? Please.
We're planning to for example, when athletes study for one course, maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, we're planning to make it for full courses, like to get TOEFL.
Yeah. Fantastic. And I saw from last year your different workshops. You mentioned a few already, but you guys did a lot of workshops,
Yeah.
and I think they made it onto the news coverage. There were videos of them being mentioned in the news, so they're obviously very, very successful. It's great. What about in Sri Lanka? The plans for this year and beyond. What are your actions?
Yeah, I think we are in the process of putting together the plan. What we usually do is we send out a survey to all the national federations and also to the athletes, sort of trying to get to know what are their interests are. That's our usual case. But this year we do have a lot of focus around prevention of manipulation in sport, safe sport, and also, again, nutrition is one of the main areas that athletes keep requesting us to do. So that's one of the areas we'll focus. And the English program is here to stay. It'll be there for a while. That's another request that we've got. So yeah, these are the few topics.
Fantastic. English courses, yeah, seems to be a very popular one throughout. And what about Philippines? You mentioned a lot already, but any more plans for this year? Or yeah, I guess you gave the list already, actually.
Now English courses.
Yeah?
Sorry, I'm gonna.
You're gonna do it
Thanks
as
for
well?
the suggestion. Yeah, I think that's a good one, and I think that's something that the Philippines would benefit from.
Yeah, fantastic. And also a nice idea, which I know some other athlete commissions are doing in the lead up to Paris, holding dedicated workshops for the athletes, similar to how the Philippines do with the athlete commission member that's a part of the delegation. But some athlete commissions are also gathering their athletes before the Asian Games or the different continental games or even the Olympic Games, and holding dedicated sessions for their team, to inform on support available, and just different topics, relevant for games time, maybe dealing with media, anti-doping, that's always relevant. So some ideas for this year and also the next year as you guys are putting together your action plans, which we'll go into more detail on tomorrow. Any questions still from the floor? Oh, I see a few hands go up. I'm not sure who was first. Let's go table 9. Do we have a microphone there? Yes.
Hi. Out of curiosity, I would like to ask Mohammed from Yemen. When you did the workshop on steroids, on nutrition, do you have any targeted age group of athletes? And then how about the number of male and female athletes joining? Do we have a balanced number? It's just curiosity, okay? And then did you do any background check before you start the workshop, whether athletes need this workshop or they need other type of workshop and so forth? Thank you.
About the men and women, the men, of course, more than women, they play sports in Yemen because the situation in Yemen. Because our traditional, it's not easy to the women to play sports. When we make a workshop, the men maybe 13, 14. About the women, they coming from 7, 6, 8, like this limit.
And from seeing the videos, I can tell you they have been very well attended in general. There's a lot of athletes there. The room looked full from the photos. So, yeah. Abhinav.
A couple of questions. The first one to the representative from Laos. Yours is a relatively new commission. So what advice would you give to newly formed athletes commissions on what they can really do to get activity going? The second question is for the representative from Sri Lanka. You had mentioned earlier on in the day that you were also running programs in promoting Olympic values. So if you could touch upon that a little bit, would be interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhinav. Jeb, we'll let you go first. What advice do you have for a new athlete commission like you were last year? What advice would you give them?
Again.
Again, advice. So if you've got a new athlete commission who's just starting, like you were last year, you held the awareness booth in the national games. Would you suggest that is a good activity for other athlete commissions to do, or other advice or tips to help them with their new commission?
Or the situation in the game?
Abhinav was asking, from your new commission, do you have any advice or tips that you would give other athlete commissions when they're starting out?
Yes, thank you. I said we make a game and quiz, and in the detail we put some information in the sport, in some doping control, and some nutrition for them, and some history in sport for them interesting. In our athlete commission, we to explain the information for them, and let them know we understand we must, and let them to trust us, and send the information for us. Yes.
That's a really important one. It's to build trust. You've just created an athletes commission. The first step is to tell your athletes that your athlete commission exists for them, and that they can trust you to represent them in the NOC. So that's a really good one. And I know in the quiz that you gave to the athletes, there was lots of different questions that gave information on different topics. Information on the athlete commission itself, but like you say, on anti-doping, on sport values, on different topics. So it's about raising awareness of the role of the athlete commission, and also the different topics that you can cover together. So no, that's a nice one. Rishika.
Olympic values. It's one of the topics that we are quite close to us, Olympic values, only because we do have a great resource with us in NOC Sri Lanka. His name is BLH Pereira. He has over a decade of experience in educating athletes to officials when it comes to Olympic values. We believe that it's something important that athletes also should have an idea of when it comes to understanding how it can be a way of life, right? Because at the end of the day, sport is not just about competing or winning medals. It's about how you also can be a human being and learn from sport to be a great citizen to your country, right? So we value that at our NOC, and all our staff believe that it's something we really need to focus and educate our athletes on. Yeah.
No, that's a really good point. And I know from seeing other applications, maybe in different athlete commissions, different continents, that there's more and more athlete commissions really promoting the Olympic values and going into schools and training camps with younger athletes, and giving presentations on what it means to be an Olympian, what it means to live by the Olympic values. So no, that's really, really great work. And thank you, Abhinav, for the question there. We have, where do we have? I don't want to give it to Tony. No, we've heard him too much already. At the back there, in the South Asia.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aparna from India. And first of all, congratulations to all of you all done great programs, and it's really interesting to listen to everyone. My question would be this, would you have any ideas or examples of when you start a program, sometimes as long as you have the funding, the program continues. And when the funding dries up, the program and the impact that it's had so far also wanes off. So have there been any examples where you've been able to make a program financially sustainable so that you can use those same funds and divert them to other athlete-centric programs?
That's the question for me, isn't it?
Yes, kind of, yes.
Yeah. No, it's a good one. And the honest answer is that we receive, maybe, I think last year 80 plus applications from all over the world, and the applications vary from AC to AC. There are so many different types of projects. Some are one-off events, and some are more long-term and more regular. I know some ACs that are doing regular workshops on different topics. You're often having the same athletes as repeat participants because they are engaged and learning on the different topics and want to be involved. And you've got some where they're looking to engage with a new audience each time. So there are different examples. One great one from Poland was that in the last couple of years, they had career transition as a focus. So they had one set group of athletes, and across 2-year period, they supported them in year 1 with a project and workshop really on self-discovery and some activities around their next steps in sport after they retire, because the athletes they chose were ones that were coming to the end of their career. And then in year 2, after giving them tasks and actions, they then followed up their support with something else. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what it was, but it was supporting those same athletes that were participating the year before in the next step of their journey after they'd already taken some actions themselves. So there are some examples, some really great examples of athlete commissions that are putting on some more sustainable programs. And one last example I'll share is from the AC of Suriname. Suriname spent a lot of the funds early on in the last couple of years in safeguarding officer workshops. They recruited at least one person in every national federation to attend a dedicated course. Now, this was before the IOC launched the safeguarding certificate course, but they delivered their own safe sport program and upskilled these people in all of the different federations to then become the safeguarding officers and points of contact in their sport, in their country. And then the following year, they gave a top-up training. So that the program continues, and the people that have benefited from the program are learning as it goes too. So there's some great examples like that. I hope it answers your question. Tony, I let you take the floor. Oh, you want to go at the end? Very good. At the back in West Asia.
My question is to Francesca. Did you guys face any challenges during working or on a project, and how did you guys solve it so we as AC can benefit from it? Thank you.
Right. So in the beginning, so it was very, like, we actually didn't have the IOC grant in the beginning, right? So we started out very small. One of the main challenges that we came across was that we were all active athletes at the time, so we were very busy. We couldn't get our schedules to match. It was just, coordination was just really hard. So what we did actually, and we still do, we have a liaison officer. So we have one administration guy who actually helps us out through everything. So he's also the one who kind of does all the logistics for all the events. And always though in like working with an athletes commission member, but we take turns. So I think that's one of the main challenges. I'm sure you all experience the same, like, being busy. So now some of us are retired. So we, again, yes, we have more time, I think, in that sense, but we also have our work, right? So it's still hard. So I think that was our solution to that main challenge and problem, and it has helped us greatly to have that liaison officer.
And I'll just add to that, the liaison officer is fantastic, because I've met him before, and his role is really funded through a portion of the activity grant, right?
Yes.
That's something that you guys can also look to benefit from if there's a need for a dedicated person, full-time or part-time, probably part-time, to be the admin and support behind the commission, because it's a big job. It requires time. It requires a lot of effort, and it's not easy. So there is that support available, and the grant can definitely help fund that person. Any other questions? Oh, another in West Asia.
Part of
the Jordan Athletes Commission along with Kareem. I wanted to ask about a specific challenge, particularly if any of you faced problems with developing trust between the Athletes Commission and the rest of the athletes in your country, and if so, how you approached addressing building that trust over time.
I'll probably go there. Well, yes, it was a challenge at the beginning, really getting the Athletes Commission introduced to the athletes out there. Initially, we had very introductory sessions trying to introduce us, what do we really do as Athletes Commission, and to say, you know, we are here to help you and make sure your voice is heard. But eventually, we tried to have Athletes Commission within the national federations, which we have not established yet. However, we got 2 representatives to be appointed from the national federations to work with us to carry the message and sort of communicate the message on the fact that, look, we are here to help you. We are here to listen to you. And we sort of get the representatives help to communicate that message. That's how we sort of built that trust eventually. But I think our end goal will be getting the national federations to establish their own athletes commissions as well.
Cool, and I can add to that as well. I think a great way to build the trust with the athletes is to show them, to really demonstrate how you are supporting them, how you are representing them within the NOC. You know, if you can really demonstrate, look, athletes have said this and we've done this, then you know they can see the action, they can see the change, and that could go a long way. You may.
So we actually did face that challenge also in the beginning, and it's still a work in progress, right? So that's actually 8 years of us trying to build trust with the athletes. In the beginning, it could just be them saying, you're just like everyone else who's promising us everything and not delivering. But we show them, you know, slowly through our actions, like what we're doing to make changes, right? So just to lightly touch on that, actually, thanks. We met one of your colleagues, maybe Jordan, but shared about the work that you're doing with safeguarding. And so as an Athletes Commission, we pushed for the Safe Sport Commission. So that was one of the things that we were working on. And I think when they saw that, we also have an incident report that's in the Philippine Olympic Committee website that they can download and submit to us. And we have a couple athletes who did send us incident reports. And we tried to help them address that. So again, it's still something we're still working on. I think it's something we're going to have to work on forever. But yeah, that's what we did.
Great. And I know we got maybe one last question over here, if there is still a question. Yep.
Hi, I'm Charlene from Malaysia. Okay, first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate all of you for being so active in your ACs. So I have a question regarding engagement. Probably it's for Francesca, but it's kind of like a three-pronged question. So the first one, I know the Philippines is very active in their social media, right? So can we just like know what is the percentage of the engagement from social media? That's the first question. Second question is, what other methods do you use to engage the athletes there? And maybe you can share with us 3 of the most popular methods that you use in the Philippines to engage your athletes. And the last question is, on average, what's the number of participants that usually comes to all your programs that you do yearly? Thank you.
Okay, so on average, it's around 50 to 60 per event. The biggest one that we had was, I think, 150, maybe a little bit more than that. The in-person event that we had, the face-to-face event that we had, the Athletes Forum, we had, I think, 90 people who attended, or like 89. I rounded up, sorry. So engagement-wise, actually in the beginning, it was all through social media. So it was actually 100%. Like, it was really them reaching out to us through social media. Now it's a little bit less than that because we have a relationship now with the athletes. So they actually do reach out to us directly, more to our liaison officer because he can reply quicker and, yeah, with all the administration work, he has the answers to that. What else on the engagement? What else?
Can you give us like the top 3 methods that you use to engage with your athletes besides social media?
So other than social media, we try to we're present in a lot of events. So not just with the NOC, but also with the sporting ministry, so the government side in the Philippines. So we're also active in their events. So we just try to be present. Actually, whenever the athletes are there, we try to be present. And that's honestly the best that we can do in terms of reaching out to them.
I think that's a really good one. You've got digital and in person, and they both work side by side, and like you say, you go where the athletes are. It sounds easy, but in practice, it's what works, If you're where the athletes are, then you can engage with them, and that's a really good one. And I think that brings this session to a close. I want to keep with the impeccable timing we've had so far, but just before I give the floor to Tony, I just want to say that you're not alone. When you go back home and you look to apply for the grant and deliver activities for your athletes, we are really here for you as a resource within the IOC. If you need content, videos, presentations, ideas, or anything, just drop us a message. We're more than happy to support you with the delivery and content of your programs. So don't be shy. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you so much, guys. Please. Really interesting to hear all of your different projects and ideas. Thank you. Tony, I let you speak.
Thank you, Arthur, for the opportunity. So thank you very much. It was really interesting after the lunch to have this interesting panel discussion. Well done. And just one thing to mention, it's really interesting to see the Athlete Committee of Laos, because we've been working with them last year with Chair Mikako to activate the Athlete Committee. And this shows a great example that even if you activate your Athlete Committee like you recently activate, you can be a best practice and the best example. So Laos is a best example. And I think after our meeting yesterday with the Athlete Committee of UAE, I think they will be also the next best example for the coming years as a newly elected Athlete Committee. And hopefully for the rest also, they will be also a best practice. So congratulations. And I think now we need to move to the next session with a breakout with our dear colleague, IOC Athlete Department Director, Mr. Kaveh Mehrabi. I will leave him explain exactly what we'll be doing now.
Thank you very much, Tony. Can you hear me? Perfect. And I can hear myself twice, so that's fantastic. I don't think I will ever be happy about that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. They said the toughest moments to give presentation is before lunch and after lunch. So I didn't get the before lunch slot, but I got the after lunch slot. Just to introduce myself, my name is Kaveh Mehrabi. I am coming, oh wow, sorry guys. I'm coming from this beautiful continent myself. I'm from Iran. I play badminton and I competed in 2008 Beijing Olympic Games. So a lot of connection obviously from this continent. But one thing we are gonna do first is to get all of you stand up. Thank you. We are not gonna make you dance, so feel relaxed. Nobody's gonna dance. But what we are going to do is that you're gonna go around the table one by one, and you make sure that you introduce yourself, say where you're from, what is your sport, and what is your role within your NOC Athlete Commission, and you're gonna tell one fun fact about yourself to the rest of the group. So in my case, will be, my name is Kaveh Mehrabi, I'm from Iran, my sport is badminton, and the interesting fact, or at least I think is interesting, is that I love making food. I love cooking. So give you 2 minutes just go one by one around the table, so you make sure that you have introduced yourself to everybody around your table, and then I will describe the breakout session. One more minute, and then we are going to start. Okay? Thank you. Can we come back to the tables? I just said one interesting fact. I didn't say to explain your whole life story. Okay, maybe we can. 5 minutes. Okay? Zooming. Okay. Can I get your attention again? So, I was told, can I get your attention again? I was told the room is very shy. It's not the case anymore, clearly. So if I can get you to sit down again, please. Zooming. Mark. Can I get your attention again? Guys, Arthur. Arthur, you can. Okay, so the Southeast Asian colleagues, you have a lot to share clearly. Okay, I did not know what I was putting myself into when I said just get up and introduce yourself to each other, but now we know the result. Please, I will give more guidelines next time, because better. But coming to the first question first, you heard from Captain Hussein this morning very well the context, and he described very well the history of where we are coming from in Asia, with all the conflict that unfortunately the continent has gone through, and unfortunately today